Hey, cuties. Let me get my device together. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Uh-oh. I'm making a mess. Hello to the cutie crew in the house. I see a couple of you guys already. Oh, I got too much going on. All right. I'm getting it together. Give me 1 second, guys. Trying to move charger cords and all of that. Okay, got it. All right, let me go up and say my hellos. So far, we have 195 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. If you have not hit the like button, please go ahead and hit the like for me. Oh, I see my sis in here. Hey, Maritha. Hey, Rue. Good evening. We got Cricket in the house. Hey, Cricket. Hey, Maritha again. Cheryl Michael, good evening. We got Pretty Brown Eyes in the house. I see y'all wide open tonight. It's raining in Florida. Cats and dogs. Send me some of that rain, PBE, because it's about 110 degrees currently. Oh, I hate the summers here. But good evening, Pretty Brown Eyes. Hello, Monica. All right, Monica, you heard that Melody was very excited on Monday. Not sure why. Someone mentioned like something happened, and she will tell us soon. I know exactly what you're talking about. Mel was extremely happy this past Monday while she was on live. I was still trying to get my energy, and I let her know yes to the high energy on a Monday. Now, could it have been that sis was just having a great Monday? Or could it be something? We shall see. Terry Gay, good evening. PK Joe in the house, good evening. Hey, Trending, I gotta go over there and check your page. I gotta see who won. I think you said the Trendsetters, or you'll have to tell me the other name. But I voted Trendsetters. Love that name. Good evening, Liddell. Anita Wyatt, thanks so much for joining me. As far as my cutie crew so far, we have Cricket, Pretty Brown Eyes, trending at some point. Anita Wyatt, Jodeci is also a cutie crew member. Yvette Bell, good evening. Stephanie, good evening. Tanya B, hello. Demita Joe is also a Cutie Crew member. Cutie Crew, I hope you guys don't get mad. I rescheduled our members only live until Friday. So I did have it scheduled for a normal day, which is Thursday. But I am on vacation until July the 12th. And yeah, let's do it Friday. Let's see here. Excuse me. Good evening, Ruthie Green, Bevy Jax, Cutie Crew member, Linda Gamble in the house. Hey, Linda. Hey, Mary Kelly. Mary is also a Cutie Crew member. Gloria Strickland, Cutie Crew member. We got Honesty in the house. Hi, Honesty. You know I love the way you spell that. Good evening. Shanoa, good evening. Let's see here. Laverne, good evening. VG, hey, VG. Joy S. Pick, good evening. Neva, hey, Neva. Neva, did I see you during the live the other night? I don't know. Let's see here. Let's see. I'm scrolling down. Hey, Terrell. Good evening. Pink Rose, good evening. Annette, good evening. Sylvia P, Cutie Crew member, good evening. Leah's grandma, Cutie Crew member. Hey, Leah's grandma. All right, we have LS, we got TK, we got April, Bernita, Regina Ashby. We have Reen Bass. Reen Bass. I hope I got it right. Good evening. Hey, TK. Oh, yeah, Pretty Brown Eyes. I got to get over to your channel and look at your artwork. Thank you, TK, for putting that in the chat. Tammy Fowler, good evening. Tammy is also a Cutie Crew member. Cheryl Michael, you say you forgot. Hey, I forgot. Hey, Chit Chat. Antigua representing. Dog it. I meant to write down a list of where you guys join me from all of the different countries. I will try to do that before I start my vacay before I leave. But if any of you have sent me a Cash App, a super chat, a thanks, a super sticker, thank you guys so much. I really, really appreciate it. All right, we have Joanna Broughton, Tennessee girl. Hey, Tennessee. Look at me trying to say it all country. Tennessee. Teresa West, good evening. Hi, Sonia. Hey, Miss Pia. Good evening. Hey, Constance. Shay P. Sharonda. Barbara Emery. Tia P. Betty McWilliams, Cutie Crew member. Sherry Gibson, Cutie Crew member. Sexy Mama. Mary White. Hey, Mary. Where you been, Mary? It seems like I haven't seen you in a while, Mary, but good evening. Hey, Lady Leo, Louisiana Chick, Shirley Ann, good evening. Miss Linda, good evening. Laverne, I think I said hello. Yvette, Cheryl Canada in the house. I was about to say Pretty Brown Eyes, Pretty Wings. Cheryl Canada is also a Cutie Crew member. Hi, Erica. Hey, Gigi, Cutie Crew member. Elizabeth, Cutie Crew member. Sheila Lewis, hello. Patricia Dyer, Simply Beautiful. The Love in Marriage Huntsville historian is in the house. Hey, Simply Beautiful. It has been a while. Thank you for joining me. I noticed, I said maybe she's at work. Because I know you all schedule and everything, child. It's a mess. It's like I'm y'all mama or something. I don't know what's wrong with me. Hey, Angela Jean Darcio. I hope that's correct. That's cute. Hello. Deborah Jackson in the house. Hey, Deborah. Cutie Crew member. That Miss Ross. Good evening. PK Joe, I got you. Victoria, good evening. Sylvia P, Cutie Crew member. Let's see. Gloria Thompson. We have Pacino in the house. Baby Doll in the house. We got my sissy. Prayer changes things. As well as my mod. Good evening, sis. Good evening. Hey, D. D, I really enjoy your comments. I look forward to your comments in the chat as well as under my videos. Thank you so much. D is representing from Pennsylvania. Hey, Kelly. Hey, Jewel. Trendsetters or trendies. Both of them are cute. Oh, now I think I like trendies too. Oh, God. I can't vote twice, can I? Hey, Gracie. Cutie Crew member. Lisa W. Baby Doll, good evening. Lady Leo, Maureen, Avina, Audrey, Yvette Bell. We gonna get into some tea, Yvette. We just talking about Carlos messing up every damn thing. Hey, LaDawn, Cutie Crew member. Catherine, good evening. Jaime, good evening, Cutie Crew member. We got It's Chrissy time in the house. Kimberly Anthony from Chi-Town, representing my hometown. Hey, Kimberly. Kimberly, I've been meaning to come on and talk about Clarissa Hood. Maybe we'll do something another day. Maybe we'll touch on it a little later. Look, I'm glad that they released. I'll say it real quickly. I'm glad that they released her and her son. However, I don't know how I feel about that lawsuit. So maybe we'll touch on it. We shall see. But thank you, Kimberly, for joining me. Yvonne, thank you for joining me. Janetta, thank you for joining me. Cheryl Howard in the house. Hey, Cheryl. We got Kim Sarton, Miss B, Doris, Coco Lee, good evening. Jean, Denise, Teresa, Sabrina Williams, Tamika Jones, Lynn, good evening. I wasn't reading the chat. I'm trying to upload a video as we speak. This is it as easy as I thought. It's not. I told y'all. It's a lot go into making these videos, chat. It really is. Tyra, good evening. Miss Reese, good evening. Hannah Grace. Hannah, let me stop this music on you. I am so jealous of Hannah Grace. If you guys are not following Hannah on Instagram, her garden needs to be on a TV show somewhere. Beautiful. Do you hear me? Hannah is growing everything, herbs and vegetables and, oh my goodness, tomatoes, just everything. Beautiful garden, Hannah. You know I'm jealous. Nothing can survive in 110 degrees for 3 months straight. I've tried. My husband built me a nice little garden area and all of that a couple years ago, and it was an epic fail. But yeah, beautiful garden, Hannah. All right, let me hurry up. Stephanie, good evening. CRJ, Fanny, good evening. C. Lewis, Charlene, somebody's mama, representing Cutie Crew, Cherie W in the house. Doris Gleaton, thank you so much for the super sticker. I'm just saying in the house, Cutie Crew member. Crystal Ivy, Cutie Crew member. Gwen Brown, Cutie Crew member. Is Chrissy Time has joined the Cutie Crew. Thank you so much for becoming a member. All right, guys, I am down to the bottom. Dawn HW Cocktails with Reality definitely is a content creator with that name. Hello, any content creators in the house, you guys make sure to follow them. We have trending at some point. Pretty Brown Eyes, Cocktails with Reality. Yeah, support our sisters. Tawana, hey Tawana, Cutie Crew member. All right, I am done, I think. Irene Bay, Dion Janet Jackson, Mocha Princess Sherry, Scent, Rhonda, Angie, Rebecca, Miss C, Angela Jackson, Neva again, Felicia, Lady Leo, Rosa, Blessy in the house, Starlet, Erica Fleming, E-Love, Succeeding. All right, guys. C Rich, Libra Diva. Whew, I'm out of breath. I am blessed with Pecan Pam, Native One Snickerdoodle. Okay, if I missed anyone, VG. If I missed anyone, my apologies. Miss Dar, I try to get you all. I really do. We are already at 14 minutes. Where is Tay? When Tay talk, did I miss you? Hey, Tay, baby. Tay, boo. I see my girl. Hey, Tay. If you guys are not following When Tay Talk as well, follow Tay. Thank you so much for joining me, Tay. All right, I'm glad I saw that comment that whoever put that said, hey, Tay. Okay, guys, I'm going to take a swallow of some soda. Well, sparkling water. And let's get started. Hey, Judy. All right. All right, again, thank you guys so much for joining me. Currently, we have 578 people watching, and we have 310 likes. I appreciate it. If you have not hit the like button, guys, please go ahead and hit the like for me. It is free. It keeps me in the algorithm. I'm not sure what's going on with my algorithm because when I logged on to YouTube today, all type of stuff was popping on, and I think I know the reason why. I have not been able to watch too many other content creators' videos this week. And yeah, YouTube tripping because I don't want to see that mess that they got on my timeline. But yeah, guys, I really wanted to come to you guys so we can talk about what is Carlos doing? Like seriously, what is he doing? Now, in my opinion, I don't know what's up with him. Is he self-sabotaging? Because that's what it looks like. He's very proud to say Love and Marriage Huntsville is the number one show on OWN. The number one show on OWN. And I don't think he's going to be able to say that too much longer. My reasonings for that is I think that Carlos has a problem with separating business from his personal relationships when it comes to people on the show. Some people. Now, we know, and you guys should know, that he threw some shade trying to plant doubt when it comes to Mel saying that her phone was tapped into. So Carlos made it a point to mention he was talking about some of the people from some of the Bravo shows. They've been experiencing things with their phones and all of that. And he took that time to say that, yeah, one of my cast members, or let me say this is all for entertainment, everything is alleged, because I know I'm not going to get it right as far as exactly how he said it. But he mentioned that a cast member had experienced the same thing. She didn't experience the same thing. She was receiving Martell's calls. In order to do that, someone would have had to tap into her phone, tap into, and I'm not going to say tap into Martell's phone. I believe it was definitely somebody on Martell's side to try to see what was going on. That was during the time of the child custody and all of that, and it was a mess. But we know one thing Carlos just don't do is try to hold Martell Holt up. Then, I'm sure you guys heard this as well. Carlos had the nerve to try to say that Mr. Martell made Mel a star. And I'm confused. He said there would really be no melody if it wasn't for Martell Holt. He said that Martell was very instrumental in Melody's success. Now, if my memory serves me correctly, the only thing that Martell did was ask his then wife what her dreams were. Mel said she wanted to be on TV, she wanted to be in entertainment, and Mr. Martell, in my opinion, the role that he played in Mel's success was being her Uber driver, a taxi driver, driving her to and from. But as far as her star power, I think she was born with that. We've seen things that Mel has shown us from her being in high school, involved in all of these different groups and all of that, singing way back then, acting, involved in the church. So Mel had already had her star power, but for me, it just shows how phony Carlos is. I'm sure you guys have heard Mr. Carlos say, I heard him say it, Mel was the Nene Leakes of Love and Marriage Huntsville. He also said Mel was the star of this show. He also said that Mel wasn't going nowhere. He said a whole lot when he was praising Mel. And oh, how the tables have turned. So I just don't know what's up with Carlos giving Mel her just due now. I don't know. We saw him insult her before when he told her she wasn't enough. and said coleslaw, of all things, was the whole damn restaurant. Carlos said this. So he's phony. That's my opinion. I'm sticking by it. He's phony. Carlos goes wherever the wind blows. And he shows that on his interviews. He can have one person on one week, and then he can have another person on the next week talking about the person that he was just talking about the week before. A mess. A prime example of that is when he interviewed Mariah Huck, and then I believe when Quad was sitting down talking with them. Two different points of view, and it was to suit whoever was sitting in front of him. But yeah, we are not fooled, Carlos. Mr. Martell hadn't been able to pass the builder's license back then. Still, till this day, have not been able to pass the builder's license. So if he can't build himself up, how the hell did he build Mel up? And if he's all that, why hasn't he been able to do the same damn thing for himself? Please tell me that. What else did I have here? Yeah, it's just the audacity for me. Like I said, Martell has not done much other than ruin his own life. But as I mentioned, Carlos will take the opportunity to try to make Martell be seen in this good light. Now, he said this as far as Martell being the reason for Mel's success, not the exact words, but you guys know what I'm talking about. He said that after this big revenge P. And for any content creators that's in the chat, I really think, guys, we all need to make sure that that's going to stay in the forefront. Is Queen Sheba in here? Hey, Queen Sheba. Oh, I see her. Hey, Queen Sheba, darling. Yeah, I think we need to really make sure that we keep that story out there as far as Martell with the revenge P. I also think that we need to make sure we shine light on Mr. Maurice and the disgusting behavior that he displayed while sitting down with Carlos. And Carlos looked shocked, but what did he do? He was phony. And he laughed all up in Maurice's face while looking shocked and appalled. But I think that what they are going to try to do is let everything die down, touch on it at the reunion for a couple seconds, and that's it. And like I said, I can't tell you guys what to say, and I'm definitely not trying to do that at all. But I do think that we need to keep those two stories especially out here. What Maurice said about Kimmy was appalling. It really was. And he's tucked his head in between his legs and he hasn't said anything. I made a video and a lot of you guys watched it. Marceau has tried to come out and defend him. And yeah, what better way for them to let things die down if people aren't talking about it? So what I plan to do before I leave up out of the country Sunday, late Sunday, early Monday, I plan to schedule a couple videos talking about just that. Do we think that Carlos is punishing Mel? That's another thing that I wanted to discuss, and I wanted you all's opinion on it as well. And I think so. I think Carlos is punishing Mel because Mel made it clear that she was going to meet with some people before season 6 started filming, and she wanted changes to happen. And the change that she wanted was for all of the other cast members to keep her story, her ex, her marriage, her kids, keep all that out their mouth and focus on them. And because of that, the ratings are trash, going down week by week. And I think that Carlos is punishing Mel by not showing Miss Van. Why haven't we seen Miss Van? We've seen Betty, Petty, Scary Betty, 3 times. We saw her at Stormy's house. We saw her at the tea party. We just saw the last 2 episodes. And where's Miss Van? Miss Van got a contract. It's my understanding that she got a raise, all to be not shown. And I'm wondering why. And yeah, I think that he's sneaky. I think that he's underhanded. And I think that he's doing it on purpose because he's been able to scream to the mountaintop, number one show, number one show, number one show. And let's be clear, it's been a number one show because of Mel and her story with Martell. I do know that the addition to the revenge P, because we do know, I don't know why my dog is scratching this carpet. Stop, Chloe. No. We do know that Martell has sent Mel the picture last summer. Then we do know that Carson Blue came out with the second part to that story. And yeah, no mention from Carlos. I was watching Mim's video yesterday, and he made a great point. Even if they would have put at the end of an episode a drop down or something, some type of PSA, the network does not condone this or that, because we know they know. Martell said that when he interviewed with Queen Sheba, that Carlos knew, his attorneys knew, and nothing for the public. So, excuse me. I don't like how Carlos is doing things. I really do believe that Carlos's heart is with Bravo, because that's where his focus is. And I think that he needs to shift all of that energy when it comes. Is it Tay's birthday? Happy birthday, Tay. Oh my goodness, I hope I'm not getting sick. My throat is a little tight. Hold on, guys. Happy birthday, Tay Boo. But yeah, I think he needs to redirect his energy to his own shows. I think he needs to get together with a group of people. I'll put it like this. I had to stop watching Tyler Perry shows because all of them were the same. And a lot of them, you saw the same actors and actresses. And it was just, who's doing the writing? Well, come to find out that at one point, Tyler Perry was writing everything. He was writing a whole episode in one day, and it showed in the work. I think Carlos needs a group of people, and he needs to regroup if he wants to turn this show around. What I was going to say about the Revenge P, before that, Carson's part, and before Mel received that picture from Martell, we do know, this is how I feel. I feel like Mel extended an olive branch to Martell, number one, so they can co-parent like they should. And number two, I also felt like, and this is just my opinion, I'm not going to say this was Mel's, but I also felt like Mel was aware that Carlos was trying to make this the Scott's show. So this was last season when they had the Bessemer Hillbillies episode 2 weeks in a row. And it was obvious to me that that was the direction that Carlos was trying to go. It didn't work. But I think she extended an olive branch to Martell because Mel is smart. She's a businesswoman. And again, these are my thoughts. But had the Revenge P didn't happen, and Mel and Martell were able to co-parent and film together without all of the extra that comes with Martell, I think the ratings would be sky high. I know that if it wasn't for the two of them, we wouldn't have a Love and Marriage Huntsville. The two of them, Carlos, not Martell. And honestly, if it wasn't for Mel, if it was left up to Martell, we wouldn't have known his story. Mel was just honest enough, transparent enough to come out and tell exactly what was going on in her marriage. But that's my little spiel. I see straight through Mr. Carlos King. Is not cute. And yeah, I don't know if he would rather have the friendship of Martell Holt instead of him being this creator and producer, because it seems that way. It seems like he would rather shop that man around and play in everybody's face instead of him sitting Martell down, letting him get some real help, and then maybe people can stomach him. So I'm going to drop the link. I've been on a rant for what, 20 minutes, 15, I don't know. But I'm going to drop the link. I am curious to hear what you guys have to say. We will not be on here for 4 hours tonight, y'all. I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. But we will spend some quality time. And you guys click the link. Let me pin it. And let me know your thoughts on Mr. Carlos King. He is trending again. There's been several content creators that's been discussing Carlos this week. He was the topic of discussion, especially after Martell's interview with Queen Sheba. Epic interview, might I add. There's stuff in there that I could still go back and watch and pull from. Queen Sheba did the damn thing when it comes to that interview. But why haven't we heard from Mr. Carlos? Why is he playing in our face? Why? Tanya B, do you want to be on camera? All right, got you. We got my sissy in the house. Hey, Renata.
Hey, my darling, I'm in the chat. I got it. I'm watching.
Okay, all right. LaDawn, good evening.
Hey, babe.
Hey, how are you?
I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm blessed.
That's good to hear. All right, we got Sissy Marita. Hey, Marita.
Hey, Cutie. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Hey, Marita.
Hello.
All right, I got a couple more. We got Pretty Brown Eyes. Hey, Pretty Brown Eyes.
Hey y'all.
Hey, PPE.
What's up, y'all?
All right, somebody got some feedback. Marita, I think it's you. Let me see something. Yep. Okay, it's you, Marita. I muted you and it was gone. It seems okay now. All right, let me add up a couple more people. We got Hannah Grace. Hey, Hannah.
Hey, QT and Q.
Hi, Hannah.
Hey, Hannah.
Hello, how y'all doing?
We love you, Hannah.
All
And
right.
you know I love all the cuties.
Oh, cutie crew. All right, we got It's Chrissy time. Hey, it's Chrissy time.
Hi, ladies. Loving to be back. I
Hello.
had so much fun. I had to come back.
Yes.
Well, welcome.
Thank you for joining us. Let me stop this notification. Is people trying to get up? We got a full 10 already. A couple more people to add up. Red Girl, is that you?
Yes, it is.
Hello,
Good evening.
Red Girl. Good evening. And we have Z Frenchie. Z Frenchie, are you there?
I'm here.
Hi, Z Frenchie.
All
Hey,
right.
everybody.
Hello. Thank you, ladies, so much for joining me. So, yes, the topic of discussion is what the hell is Carlos King doing? Before we get into that, let me just acknowledge 894 people watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. If you are in the bushes now tonight, maybe once a month, I don't know. Tonight is a subscribers only chat. So if you want to drop down in the comment section, hit subscribe. You can definitely take it back if you want to after the live, but I don't think that you will. But yeah, drop down and chit chat with us. All right, I have one other person. It looks like Z Frenchie drop down. Hey, Succeeded.
How are you?
Hello, I'm good. How are you?
Good. Let me quit. Let me cut off my interference.
All right. Oh, I just thought of something. I'm so glad I saw this. I did a whole recap video and left out a whole scene. Oh, I'm so glad I looked at my notes. All right, guys. let's get started. Tanya B was the first to join me. A happy birthday again to When Tay Talks. Tay look air bit of 21. Happy birthday to you, sis. All
It's her
right.
daughter's birthday, sister. It's
Yeah.
her daughter's
Hey.
birthday.
Yeah, Tay
Happy
is a
birthday to you
Sagittarius.
too.
Her birthday's in December.
Oh, it's her daughter's birthday. Okay. Happy
Oh,
birthday to
happy
Tay's
birthday to your
daughter.
daughter.
Yes, happy birthday. All right.
Tay, why you let us all say that for 30 minutes and you didn't tell us it was the daughter?
Pretty brown eyes was trying to tell everyone.
All right. It's her
Yeah, we
daughter. All right. Happy
Sagittariuses.
birthday. All right, Tanya B. Let's get started. We're going to start with you. What's your thoughts? Anybody that's not talking, please mute their ears, or if you can just be quiet, you ain't got to mute. But it's a little background noise. Tanya B, what's your thought on Carlos? Do you think he's self-sabotaging or what's going on?
Good evening. Thanks for having me. Hi panel, hi chat. I wanted to so as far as self-sabotage, I don't think intentionally. I mean, no one wants to fail, right? But he is I think he is trying to get back at Mel for maybe going to the execs because why would you block Miss Van? Like, I mean, you gave her, Miss Van told us, I believe it was in a YouTube video that someone had, an interview. Someone interviewed her, and she let us know that not only had the person asked if she signed a contract. I think they were trying to find out because Wanda's talking about how she's coming back. She wasn't fired, rather.
Right.
So they said, "Well, have you signed a contract?" And she said, "Yes." And a matter of fact, I got a raise. But I think he might be. They could have gave her a raise, but maybe she's paid per episode. So I don't know how that works, of course. But anyway, I think he's trying to get back at her, Mel, for going over his head, maybe. You brought up memes, and I was glad you did, but you brought up something different than I was thinking of. I saw that video that you referenced, but he did another video, I believe, before that, and he made a great point that as far as the ratings going down. The other shows that he loves to review and talk about, or interview the stars of the housewife shows, what they do that he hasn't is address what's really going on. Like all the scandals that hit, they also hit the show. So if he would address the revenge P, it was, if you haven't seen it, Chit Chat, I believe it was the Mims video before the one you were talking about.
Okay. Yeah,
check it out, because if they would address on the show the revenge P, then the ratings would go up.
That's a good point.
And you know what I mean? Instead of tippy-toeing around Martell, which I don't get that. I don't get that. He can be punished, he can be talked to, he can be forced to grow up. Yeah. I don't know if I was supposed to address something else, but I want you to see that video. And if he talk about the real issues that we're all talking about, that YouTube talks about, then the ratings will go up. So,
great point, Tanya. I agree. I would definitely go back and try to catch that. I agree with that because they do talk about what's going on almost on every reality show. The key word is reality. But I think that Carlos is so far up Martell's behind that he refuses to do so. He's had several things that he could have talked about or allowed them to really talk about on this show that he has not. And like I said at the start of this video, I think it's because he has personal relationships. He's looking at them not as his employees or whatever the case may be, as friends. And business and friendships very seldomly work. We don't see Andy on YouTube,
Right.
giving reviews on Love in Maritinesville and all of that. So
Yeah.
I'm not sure if he wants to be this well-known producer or a well-known YouTuber. I
And
just
Chit Chat and his interviews that he does with his cast on his YouTube channel. It seems like he leads them into an easy answer.
all the time.
Yes. And so, and like you said, he goes whatever way the wind is going. He's always, I don't know. Those videos, those interviews are like worthless. I do like when he does it with his name Dustin
Ross.
Ross. Okay. Because
Mhm.
then he gives real answers,
He
but
does.
but he always helps the people that he's interviewing, like with an answer, asking the question and then giving them is it because of this? Is it because, like, let them answer? They grown. They all right. Let them answer.
Yep. I agree. And yes, I enjoy Dustin as well. Now, I must say, the last recap that Dustin did with Carlos, Dustin held back just a little bit. This was right after the epic interview with Queen Sheba, and I think that beforehand, Carlos may have discussed, hey, we're not going to discuss that. But other than that, Dustin tells it like it is. I really, really like him. But great points, Tanya B. We're going to swing back around. Let me read Gwen Davis's comment. Gwen Davis put, Chit Chat, do you think they gave Mel's mom a raise and kept her on the show so they wouldn't sue the franchise because of Marceau's brother, Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, and the rest of them lying on her? Good observation. It could be. Could be. I don't understand why they gave her a contract. Like Tanya B mentioned, I remember Miss Van saying that not only did she get a contract, she got a raise. We have yet to see her. We saw a glimpse of Miss Van at the kids' birthday party. That's it. That's all. But we'll swing back over to you. Let's go ahead over to Renata. Renata, your thoughts on Carlos King?
Yes, sister. I ain't got much. I think Carlos just mad because he can't walk in male stilettos and wear her Versace purse like she do. So he need to go on somewhere and go have several seats.
Yeah.
I ain't think about Carlos. He's just a hater. He's jealous, I believe, of Melody. I really do. I really think he's dealing with a spirit of jealousy when it comes to Mel. And I'm being on a serious tip here. And
I
I really,
agree. Hold on,
yeah.
sis. Hold on, real quickly. Tanya B, if you have to make a run, please drop down. The link is pinned. There are people that's trying to get on. So if you're still listening, okay, yeah, drop down. I'll let you back up, I promise. Because I want your thoughts on everything else. So just drop down and we'll let you back up. All right, go ahead, Renata.
Yeah, and I'm being serious when I say that. I'm not even like in a joking manner, like, oh, he jealous of her. I really believe in my heart that he has some jealousy towards Mel, and that's why when people get around and say nasty things about her, he doesn't correct it or stop it. He sits there and he giggles and he laughs because it's almost like he's using them to take the stab without him actually taking the stab.
Mm.
So that's what I really believe. I really believe he's jealousy of Mel because he absolutely understands Mel has outgrown the show. Mel will go on and continue to do great and big things. God has his hands on her life, and it ain't nothing he nor anybody else can do about it. Because what God has for you is for you. So can't nobody stop it. So, I think that's what it is. But he knows he's in a conundrum because he knows that he really don't want Mel to be around no more. I feel like that because it's almost like she's getting too much of the shine. He almost like he's talent and he wants to be the face of the show, but he's not. But he also understands he needs Mel because every time Mel is not there or involved with the show or not in it, the ratings drop. So he understands the power that she carries with that show, and I don't think he likes that very much. See, like you said, Andy don't get involved with them after. Because I remember years ago, Nene said, oh, Andy don't even follow us on Instagram. He don't even, he don't get involved with them once it's past, the show and everything, the reunion. He don't get involved. But now, Carlos is too involved with them. He's too embedded. And that's why it's not going to work and these shows is not going to last. The way longevity, like how the housewives have longevity, because he's too involved. He's too involved, and you know that's just what it is. But you know, hey, Queen.
Well, you know what, sis? I agree with you. He's definitely too involved. I mean, we know that he has these personal bonds with the castmates. He had given Marcel the green light to not talk about his personal life and focus on business only. That's too personal. No, you're on a reality show to talk about the reality of your life. I definitely agree what you said about Andy not even following half of those of his cast that's on Instagram, Twitter, and Carlos is everywhere. He's the reunion host. He's giving recaps. It's too much.
Yeah,
Let somebody else do it. Let somebody else do something.
And they canceled his show, I believe, Sissy, because it was too nasty.
What show?
The cat, Carlos with cat, whatever it was. It was too
nasty.
He was letting them go up there, say whatever they want to say. Wanda up there talking about putting bottles in places and all kinds of stuff.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. She too old for that. And you sat up there and thought that was appropriate for your show.
Yeah.
And that's why you don't have it. So now you back on the YouTube streets with the rest of the folks.
Hey, content creator Carlos. No, just kidding.
And last thing I'm gonna say, happy birthday to Wintake Talk's daughter.
Yes, happy birthday again.
I hope she gets everything she wants and more, and I pray God continue to bless her. And Queen Sheba, one of my favorites. God has his hand on you, girl, and I love you.
Yes. Happy birthday again, Wintake Talk's daughter and Queen Sheba. Thank you so much for being in the chat. We love us some Queen Sheba. You can get knowledge. You're gonna get knowledge over at Queen Sheba, okay?
That's right.
Knowledge, love,
you're gonna get some wisdom. You're gonna get some positivity, and she's gonna teach you some things.
Yep, absolutely. But great point, sis. Real quickly, 1,080 watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Guys, I have 1 week. Let me see. 1 week and 1 day to my 1 year YouTube anniversary. So I'll be back. Well, I won't be able to. Oh God, I won't even be able to come on that day because I won't be back. But we're gonna have a celebration. I'll do a non-monetized live. I don't know how I'll do it, but we're gonna celebrate. So thank you guys as well for being subscribers. Let's go ahead and get into Miss LaDawn's thoughts. LaDawn. Oh Lord, LaDawn, what you think going on, girl?
I think that Carlos, this has gotten out of hand. I think in the beginning he liked Mel and respected Mel, but I think as things started unfolding and him being out of the loop, because he didn't know everything, he just met them. You know what I mean? And I think he started hating and disliking the power that Mel has without trying to have power. He hates the fact that Mel has the fan base that she has and that her fan base can get things moving. He don't like that because he ain't in control no more. You understand? He hates the fact that somebody can piss Mel off or do something wrong and people make a stand. He's jealous of her power. He's jealous of her talent. He's jealous of her mother and their relationship. I think he didn't have that kind of relationship, allegedly, in my opinion, with his mom. And he's definitely jealous of Mel on all areas. And for him not to let Miss Van on that show is a direct disrespect to Mel. That's just blatant, like, I'm gonna show you're behind without saying it, actually.
I agree.
And for Wanda and them, because Wanda probably calls him more than the other cast besides Hotel, because she thinks she's in there like that. And probably was like, well, I can't be on the show. And he probably said, ain't no mama gonna be on the show.
Well,
to keep her quiet.
She said something to that extent.
Right. And I think he's following through by
Yeah,
making sure they cut Miss Van's scenes.
yeah. I think she was talking. I'm gonna let you finish, Ladon, but I think Wanda said that I don't know. I guess it was on her channel, but she said, "Have you seen her yet?" You know, like she
Hmm.
has an inside scoop. She was talking
Hmm.
about Miss Van, but go ahead.
Yep. And I also, um, I think that, it's getting to the point where he know things are about to end, so he's starting to be a little bit more blatant. The nerve of him to say that hotel made Mel.
Mm,
So her mother had nothing to do with it, right?
that's something.
Her mama had nothing. Her putting her in the choir, teaching her how to play instruments, the piano, encouraging her singing, put on the radio station at a young had nothing to do with the woman she is.
Mm,
No, hotel just came along. He didn't help nothing. He didn't not an inkling. All her talents are God gifted. Okay, he had nothing to do with that. But he don't want to give the credit to where the credit is due because for some reason he want this piece of trash dude to look like he's something.
yeah.
It's sickening. He showed his stance when he didn't talk about that S tape or even say, how wrong it would be. You know what I mean?
Mm,
We know what side he's on, and he's on the wrong side.
great
That's
point.
how I feel.
Great point, Ladon. I'm sorry, I just ran to turn my air down a little bit. Yeah, I agree with you. Look, Ladon, when do you think the change happened when it comes to Mel? Because, like I said, he was praising her. And I'm not gonna say. I know you can pick up on it. Do you think it happened after this meeting that she had, or what
I
caused the
think it
change?
I think it happened a little before that. He was just praising her because he didn't want the wrath for the mellometers. He knows that it could be when people are texting you and hitting you up all the time, like in abundance of numbers. That
Hmm.
he didn't want. It's like the beehive. You don't want the beehive coming after you.
Yeah.
You don't have a peace of mind. You know what I mean? And
Mm.
I really feel like he was playing it off. I think maybe fourth season.
Okay.
I
Okay.
think it was sneaky after that, and I think he was trying to act like.
Mm.
But I really think I can tell by the way he allowed some things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He just really where he could have spoken up, especially with the kids when Wanda was saying stuff like that. He really showed his stance. Period. Right is right and wrong is wrong, and morals and values and what you stand for is what you stand for. And if we was insulted, so for him not to say that was egregious or he didn't agree with that, and he's going to have a talk about stuff like that or whatever. He's not touching nothing that affects Mel. Nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
Good point. And you know what? You may be right as far as season four. I think season four reunion is when he told her she wasn't enough.
Hmm.
If I'm not mistaken. I know my little Love and Marriage Huntsville historian, Simply Beautiful, is in the chat. But I do believe that was season four, maybe season five. But yeah, at one point it was genuine. And I'm just gonna be bold enough to say it. Mel is his cash cow. Mel is
Hmm.
the ratings. Mel is the show. And yeah, I do think that he started to resent her. But I think
Hmm.
the big shift to what we're witnessing right now, I think that is because of her demanding that look, it's 6, 7 other people, couples on this show. Let them talk about them. And I think that he knew that that was going to cause the shift in his ratings. And I think he's upset about that. So we'll definitely
Hmm.
swing back around to you, LaDon. Thank you so much for your thoughts. Renata, sis, I know you are modding. If you, and you know you're going to come back up, if you can drop down, I have people that's just while you're modding for a bit, I have a couple people backstage. Are you there, sissy? Where'd she go? Child, she not even here. All right.
I know I can tell what team you call without even asking to come in the morning time. I can always tell what they can see or whatever.
Right.
Is that Renata?
Yep.
Sis, you want me to drop down so somebody can
Yeah.
come in?
Yes, drop down, sis.
Okay,
I'm gonna
no
let you
problem.
back
I'm in the chat.
up. Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
I got it.
All
Okay.
right, thanks, sis. All right, thanks, LaDon. We're gonna swing back around to you. Maritha, I know you're gonna drop it low and let me know what's going on with Mr. Carlos. Like serious.
Oh, well, see.
You there, sis?
I'm here. My oh shit. There. Sorry. I'm sorry. Um. There's not much I can say that has not already been said. I do believe at when this show started, I don't think Carlos thought that Mel was going to. It was going to turn out that Mel was going to be the fan favorite. And as it turned out, Mel is the fan favorite because she's been the most transparent. And we don't like what was going on, and we don't like what is going on right now with Mel. And even though he is the producer, Carlos wants to be the star. It's not so much as he wants to be their friend, he wants to be the Andy Cohen of Love and Marriage Huntsville. And he's just he's whatever he is. And he can't stand the fact that Mel is the type a woman that if you knock her down, she may bow, she may bend, but she's not gonna fall, and she just get back up and monetize it. You know, you if something like when the thing back there. FNF when she did that promo for whatever it was and she was front nigga free. So now for real she is FNF now. And I think I don't know what it is about Martell. I don't know. Sometimes people put themselves in situations and they don't really think about the consequences of it. So I don't know what him and Martell has going on. I can't speculate. I don't want to speculate. Whatever it is, that's their business. And the way that he's doing Mel's mom, either cutting her scenes or not, whatever he's doing, he don't understand if he decide to go to another network, it would probably be hard because of the way he's doing things on this show and the way that he did things on Bravo. You know, you don't see Andy Cohen. One thing I can say about Andy, he messy, he shady, he all of that. But Andy is so much into his children
Yeah, his
that
life.
he don't have time for, interviewing nobody from Love and Marriage Huntsville. Carlos has interviewed more people from Bravo than I think he has with his own, own people, on what he's doing. And Carlos is, I don't want to say jealous. I don't want to use the word jealous, but there's something about Mel that infuriates Carlos and the Scotts and other people. And I heard someone say that it's not her fault that her mom put her in dance. It's not her fault. She was all this. Mel was born. This was her This was her. She was predestined for all of this. Where she is now, it's not a accident or a coincidence. She was predestined for this. And as a parent, when you see that your child is interested in something, that's what you nurture.
Yeah.
You nurtured that. And Miss Van, she saw something special in Mel. So she tried. Not only did she try, she nurtured her child. And I'm pretty sure she did what a lot of parents do and say to their kids, whatever you want to be, you can be it. I'm going to stand 10 toes down for you if that's what it is that you want to do. So they can't fault her for her upbringing. They can't fault her for the type of mom she had. Now, and sometimes for me, that's a cop out. Well, my mama was this and my daddy was this. Okay, your mom and daddy wasn't about nothing. They was bums. They was no good. However, that should, that should and give you the incentive to want to be better
Right.
than
Right.
the environment that you grew up in. So I all the excuses, I'm so sick of hearing of it. Carlos is who Carlos is, and that's just who Carlos is. And Mel is who she is. And that's just it. And she's not allowing it to stop her, and it's not bothering her. So I'm okay with it. Because at the end of the day, when you do wrong to a person that has done nothing but good towards you, you get what you deserve.
Karma is something else.
And it don't forget a name, it don't forget an address. You can move out of town and it will follow you.
Will spin the block. Hold on, Marita. I'm not done. I know you're not done. Let me just do two things. Ayan, backstage. Do you want to be on camera? You want to leave your camera on? Hold on. Let me double check. Okay. You said you want to leave your camera on. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm fine. It's
Okay.
square biz, actually.
Okay. All right. And Maritha, before you go, let me read Blessy's comment. Bless says she's not feeling well. She went for a walk today and she fell.
Oh my God.
That she's
Wow.
still feeling. I am still feeling well. So she's gonna lie down and hope that her patient behave herself. Love you too, Blessy. I hope you feel better. Go soak. Get you some Epsom salt, some scented lavender, and
Get
soak.
some elderberry. That'll help. Elderberry Epsom salt. That's good.
Yes. But I'm sorry to hear that, Bless. Go ahead, Maritha.
Well, that was pretty much because that's what we're talking about now, Carlos. We're not talking about Mars. What is
Lemonade.
Maurice?
Lemonade.
Maurice,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
we haven't hit on that, but that's and by him trying to elevate Martell, and by Martell saying he made Mel. Okay, if you made Mel, make yourself. It shouldn't
Hmm.
be no problem if Martell did this for Mel, if Martell did that for Mel. At that time, Martell was Mel's husband. So what all he did, he's supposed to have done that. If that's what his wife wanted to do, then that's what your husband's supposed to do. That's what you married. That's when the marriage vows come in. All that stuff they say for the marriage, for better or worse, richer or poor, sickness and health. All of that stuff come into play. So whatever it is with Martell and Carlos, they're going to have to give account of that. They are going to have to answer for that. So, it is what it is as far as Carlos. He's just a sick little puppy at this point.
Yeah. Yep. Well, you hit it all, and I agree. I remember vividly with when Carlos said that when he saw Mel, he knew instantly she was a star. His words. And now you're trying to give Martell the credit. It's like, what a piece of crap. But since I'm going to swing back over to you. Let's see, where am I on this screen? That's LaDawn. Okay, I'm going to change it around and we're going to go up. So on the screen, on the bottom is different. But on the screen here, let's go to Pretty Brown Eyes. And after Pretty Brown Eyes, we will have Hannah Grace. Go ahead, Pretty Brown Eyes. What are your thoughts on Carlos?
My thoughts on Carlos, I'm going to just think a little bit outside the box. And everything I'm thinking out of the box is my opinion, alleged and for entertainment purposes only.
All right.
I think because of the fact that it's so many spin-offs and different things and coming along the down the line, maybe he's trying to give Martell some credit so that if there's a fight for, let's say, intellectual property or the rights or whatever to the Love and Marriage Huntsville stick, like what Mariah went through with Married to Medicine.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they're going after the big fish on that. you know.
Mm.
Because I've been thinking about it. Whenever they first came out, he gave Melody all of the credit. And to answer the question you asked someone earlier, I think that he changed when she left him. Because see, when she left him, she also left the other
Carl.
four. Well, the five, him plus the five. So that makes, that ruined the comeback group. And then
Mm.
that also took away from the original six, you know? And without her, she had the builder's license, she had the know-how, and she had the business acumen to really get it all going, and not to mention all of her contacts. Remember, everybody was saying she was too bougie, and she was, doing this and doing that, and no one wanted because no one wanted to build relationships. That was too bougie. But now hindsight is 2020, and when they want to do an expo, you have to have those relationships with those council people and the bougie people from the banquets and the galas to really get things going, like getting permits, or even winning bids on certain projects for businesses. Because remember, Miss Van was the one who got all of the who pushed all of the bids for Scout initially.
Right. When she was working
So
there. Mm-hmm.
just on a bigger picture, I'm thinking they're trying to include Martell because he's willing to sell his soul to the devil for $1, in my opinion. And if, let's say, if they have a three-way of 100%, like 33 and a third, whatever. I don't know. I'm just guessing. If Martell sells his rights to Carlos, they would double what Melody has by
Mm.
herself. So they would kind of be in power. So, but the thing is, I just think that Melody has all of the power because it was her brainchild. She was branding herself, and she was writing and singing and doing everything that she needed to do. And like you said, all he did was drove her. He didn't contribute anything other than to drive her there.
That's it.
If anything, he drove her, but she paid for the gas money, and she paid for the car.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just thinking it's a bigger fish at play right now. We kind of chasing the small stuff. Well, the Revenge P is not small, but we got our eyes on the different things. But if you have the intellectual property for the entire platform, you can take the Love and Marriage franchise to whatever city you want. And I think that's what Carlos is trying to do, essentially, is get the rights to everything and kind of boot her out.
Well, you know what, Pretty Brown Eyes, I'm definitely going to let you finish. I think he's already done that. I think that, and this is just my opinion, it's definitely alleged. I think that he swindled her out of it initially. And that's why he's been able, that's the difference with Mariah. Mariah was always pinned as the creator in the credits and everything else. And they tried to take her intellectual property, and she sued them and won. I think with Carlos, I think in the beginning, he made sure that he was termed the creator.
Hmm.
He said that the reason why he did that is because they had a different plan, a different idea as far as the show. And he gave them executive producer rights, but not creator. So if he has that already set in stone, I mean, I believe that with a good attorney, maybe something can happen. But I think the swindling started before the show even started. But
Well, it just seems like that's in his nature anyway, allegedly, because of the way he did it to Candy.
mhm,
But I just think that whatever it is, he needs Martell to really, really do whatever he's trying to do. And that's why he's so busy kissing up to Martell and Martell's so desperate for money and desperate for this or that, and that's why he won't let anybody discredit him and why he's protecting him, because if it turns out that he has some rights to whatever due to them being married at the time when the show was created, he if he's discredited or goes to jail or something happens, it's almost like that forfeits his rights.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I don't even know why he would protect him, but it has to be something bigger at play, and not no little bit of money involved. It has to be some big money involved for him to put his reputation, everything on the line, for Martell. And I think that the thing about the Bravo deal is that he's just so jealous of Andy. It's almost like he's obsessed with him. And he just wants to talk bad about the show because we love Love and Marriage Huntsville. It's running neck and neck with Bravo. It's just the only reason why it don't get the same amount of views is because Bravo is a way bigger network than OWN, and OWN is
Right.
shown on way more TV channels and cable networks just anyway.
Mm-hmm.
But if you compare apples to apples, if we had 314,000 views and Atlanta Housewives is on Bravo, a much larger platform, and they had 700 and something thousand views with double the amount of eyeballs that even
Right.
have Bravo's channel, Love and Marriage Huntsville is a direct
Competition.
competition with with
Yeah.
with that.
Yep.
So and it's pretty much the same target audience that watches both shows. So I
Right.
think somewhere behind the scenes they fighting over the viewership, they're fighting over the intellectual property, whatever he couldn't swindle allegedly, and he's protecting Martell so that is his ace in the hole. And
Mm.
you know how, like in those big companies that they have, the board of directors,
Yeah.
everybody has a certain percentage of it. If he gets Martell's percentage, if he didn't already sell it, he'll
Right.
have more than, like, say he'll have the 51% or
Yeah.
whatever,
Yeah.
so he can take over
Yeah. Good.
and literally boot her out the way altogether.
Right. Good point. If that is indeed the case, we'll definitely see. Hey, pretty. Sorry, not pretty brown eyes. Hey, brown skin girl. Hey, sis. Great points, pretty brown eyes. I think that, and Cheryl Michael put, what does Andy do for Carlos wanting to compete? I don't get it. Well, Cheryl, you should ask Carlos because he is interviewing and talking about all of Andy's shows. We can start there. What Andy does is stay out the way, and because of that, his shows are just able to flourish. Just my opinion. Those just a couple things that I see. But great points, pretty brown eyes. We are definitely going to swing back around.
No problem.
11:72 watching. Thank you guys so much for joining me. If you have not hit the like button, please go ahead and hit the like. And next up, we have Hannah Grace. Hannah, your thoughts on Carlos? Do you think it is self-sabotage and he's just not aware?
Hi, excuse me, chit chat. This
Yeah.
is Red Girl. I'm gonna have to drop down. My daughter's trying to call me.
Okay.
So,
Just come back up, Red Girl.
all right, thank you.
You are welcome.
All right.
Go ahead, Hannah.
Yes, I really think this all boils down to arrogance and just flat out, I'm going to do what I want to do. And I think, and greed, let me put in greed, because in my opinion, Carlos stole this idea from Melody.
Facts.
The reason I'm saying that is because he don't want to give her credit. And I guarantee you, Martell didn't do nothing other than Melody directed everything. She put all of her blood, sweat, and tears into this project. Martell was probably over there hanging out with you know who over there. He wasn't doing anything. So if it had not been for Melody, continuing, because Carlos said himself that Melody continued to contact him, continue to send him information about Huntsville, all of this. So what I think happened is that, because we do remember that Carlos, after he embarrassed Melody, talking about that fellatio stuff and talking about coleslaw was the whole restaurant. He came back the next season on his on the reunion and said, Millimeters don't come after me. So basically he did an interview with Melody when the season first started, this last season first started, and he was like, oh, we talk all the time. Melody did another interview and said, look, I don't talk to anybody all the time. So what I think is that Melody realized that Martell and Carlos was plotting to get Curry on the show, or Carlos was going behind her back and doing all kinds of bogus stuff behind her back, but coming in her face saying something totally different. And she figured it out. And she was like, I'm not playing your games anymore. I don't have to. And so when he lied and said they talk all the time and Melody said we don't, that embarrassed him. Pride again. And all of this. So this is what, then remember, then like a couple of weeks later, he comes out taking Martell all around Atlanta on these interviews and stuff. Yeah. So this is what I think happened. Melody figured it out that, again, Martell was trying to get Curry on that show. I know a lot of people think that he wasn't, and I kind of agree with, he probably was just trying to satisfy her, to tell her that, okay, we need to get your story on the show. You need to defend yourself. But that's a lie, because he could have went over there on her Facebook, on her Instagram, and on his page and did all of that. So that's a flat out lie about trying to get her story out there, have her to defend herself. He wanted to, I don't know what he wanted, but I can't really say. In a way, I think that he did not want her on the show, but he want to. If he could have, he probably would have went with it, but I don't know. But anyway, Carlos is, you see, Melody is tired of playing the game, because by the time Carlos got on this train, remember, she had already went through Motel, the Scotts, Miss Wanda, Billy Bob, Wanda's cousin, Stormy, Destiny. All of these people had jumped on this woman for no reason. And now here come Carlos at the reunion, and did all of that. Then he tried to backtrack because of the numbers and Millimeter saying, look, we're going to boycott. We're going to go to your sponsors. And then I think Carlos got called on the carpet at OWN. He had to talk to the owners. I don't know who he had to talk to, but he had to talk to someone at that station, because Miss Wanda had put this show into a very bad light. And people were talking really seriously about boycotting this show and all kinds, not watching and all of this. And they were contacting sponsors. They were contacting, the executives at OWN. So Carlos got upset because Melody probably, she wouldn't come out and say nothing. She was silent. Look, if y'all going to continue to jump on me, I'm not going to say anything. And so she just got tired of the foolishness. And this is what I think. This is why I think Carlos is upset with her. Now, I think that because and because, I think that they kind of called the truth, but something happened. If he hadn't lied and said that they talk all the time, but something happened, we don't know. But I could just think that what I could say is that she realized that Carlos really was playing in her face about whatever it is, bringing Miss Wanda on, I don't know. But anyway, but that's what I think. Carlos is just trying to, if he could, and this is why we've never seen a show without Melody, but he's trying to make a point at this point. But see, what he's going to do is hurt his own self trying to hurt Melody, in my opinion.
That's what he's doing now. Right now, the ratings reflect that, Hannah. I totally agree with you. I also agree with what you said about Martell acting like he wanted Coleslaw tell her story. And again, to me, that just lets us all know that they both are slow, because there shouldn't have been a story. The story is you were married. That's it. And she chose to continue. We don't care the story that you told her. Me and my wife sleep in separate rooms, or I'm just with her for the kids. And it's no story that the girl can tell. Martell is the plot. He's everything. He was married. She chose to continue. The end. So even if he was just selling her, and that's what I think, just to keep her mouth closed, even if he was doing that, there is no story. The story has been told by side chick after side chick after side chick. Every day on social media, you'll see something. We got DeVito, the singer. I forget what country he's from. He has two side chicks allegedly that came out today and yesterday. They both are pregnant. Now his wife had one kid by him. They left the child with a babysitter, and the child unfortunately passed away, drowned in a pool. So imagine how that feels for her, that two women has come out, two side chicks, to this married man. So it happens. It's been happening. It's going to happen to the end of time. It's nothing special about it at all. But real quickly, let me acknowledge Mildred, Conversations and Cocktails. Now, Mildred, I believe I asked you this before. The name sounds like a channel. If it is, you guys make sure to follow her. And Mildred, again, thank you so much for the super sticker. There was one comment that I wanted to read. Oh, Lady Leo. Lady Leo put, we call that a jack of all trades and a master of none. CK is not very creative. He has a one-track mind, and it is obvious in all his shows. Love and Mayor Huntsville brought him back to life, and he knows it. I absolutely agree with you, Lady Leo. And my thing is, if he really knew that, if he really appreciated that, he would do something about the direction that this show has really been at a standstill. And this year is the first year where they've been made to venture outside of Mill and Martell, and the ratings show that it's trash. So I agree. Great.
Let me say one other thing,
Uh-huh.
QT. Listen, another thing is when Coleslaw did that interview with Tasha K.
Mm-hmm.
I really think that Carlos was thinking about bringing that girl on there, because she said that when Martell and her had the conversation in the car, well, he was in the car and she was at home about the pregnancy. She said that was introducing her to the show. She said she signed a contract and all of this. And I think Melody realized what Carlos King was about to do.
Good point. I don't know what she signed. I don't know if it was, she a little slow to me. That's just my opinion. It could have been a cease and desist. It could have been anything.
Because she never made it on the show. That means the contract was broken, and she would have made a stink about that.
Yeah, there is no contract. Now, do I think that they made her sign something? I don't know. She lies a lot as well. Let's not forget that Coleslaw is the one that came out here and said that she was meeting with Bravo, like she was going to be on that show. She could have lied about signing some type of paperwork. Do I think they wanted to try to keep her quiet? Absolutely. Do I think that Carlos wants her on this show? Absolutely. Absolutely. But I think that he knows, number one, Mel's fan base will go crazy. And he should know that that's tacky as hell. This girl didn't play a great part in the life of Martell and Mel because of how she started it. That's how her and Martell started it. So what is there to say again? But great points, Hannah. I am going to swing back over to you. Let's get it's Chrissy Times thoughts on Mr. Carlos King. What's your thoughts, Chrissy?
Hello, ladies. Thank
Hey.
you so much for allowing me to come back on the panel. I had a good time last time, so I had to come back and hang out with y'all again. So thank you.
Thank you.
I really feel like Carlos is moving in the spirit of being scorned. we really don't know what happened between him and Bravo and why he parted ways. There's speculation, but we never really got a definitive answer as to why he departed. So I think because of that, there's some feelings that he still is festering, and I think that's why he is still, or why he is so invested in interviewing Bravo housewives and cast members attached to Bravo, because he still wants to have that feeling of, hey, I'm still here, you ain't get rid of me, I'm still here. And that's really why I really feel like he is so invested in Bravo, but not really a part of Bravo anymore. It's like he still wants to be a part of it in some way. Now, when it comes to Mel, I feel like it's the same thing. I feel like he feels a way that, yes, she is the breakout star of the show, but he feels kind of jaded because, one, he probably didn't think that Mel was going to find him out of being fake, but also he feels like, well, Mel, you kind of owe me something, because if it wasn't for me, you wouldn't be on TV.
Good points.
Like, you're on a show that I am a producer of. You guys came to me. I am the one that is the vessel that got you on live television where you have all this going on now. It's because of me. And I feel like Carlos, he'll interview Mel. Like, I don't know when the last time he interviewed her, but he'll interview her. I think he does it just out of the sake of people not saying, well, why don't you interview her? You're jealous of her. Why don't you talk to her? I feel like he talks to the other cast more often than he talks to Mel. And a lot of that probably is because Mel can see right through him, and she's like, okay, I know what time you on, but okay, I'll do it and be on your show and talk to you. I'll play the fool with you a little bit, but you're not going to get a lot of my time. And I feel like he understands that, because when she goes onto the reunion, she sits pretty, looking beautiful, and she gives them what she wants to give them.
That's right.
Opposed to the other cast members that are, oh, let me talk. Oh, it's all about me. We know how Tisha's trying to be the new male of the show.
Come on.
And I really feel like he's latching on to Martell because he knows that Martell is always going to be in Melanie's life. And he has to have some type of intel of what Melanie is doing. And he gets it through Martell. In my opinion, I feel like Mel is really close to leaving the show. I'm pretty sure, I don't know if she's working on something else as far as another show or not, but I feel like it's a great vessel to go ahead and depart and probably get out of that contract, especially with this Revenge P that has came out. She can use that as a means to break a contract, and I hope she does, because being on this show is not good for her in the form of her mental health. Why does she have to be subjected to filming with a group of people that don't like her, that want to use her for her stardom, her intelligence, and what she's able to do for them, but when it comes to actually feeding into her, they drain her instead. And it's just pitiful. And for Carlos to sit there and allow this to continue to go on week after week after week, not saying anything after this whole Revenge P was exposed, it's just despicable. And it just lets us know that he is only for, to me, I don't think he's for Martell. I don't think he's for anybody. I think he's just for himself. And whatever he can use and whoever he can use to better put himself out there. Like, I saw the interview, I believe it was with Maurice, I believe, and he was bigging him up. Like, you the man, bro. You out here, bro. You doing it, bro. He loves to hear that. He just loves it. He loves for somebody to egg him on and oh, you doing it, oh, you the best, oh, you out here, you know, flex a little bit, you know, you can flex and you don't have to be humble all the time. Like, he loves that. He loves for people to praise him. And Mel ain't gonna do it. So that's just my thought.
And Chrissy, great points. As far as Mel possibly leaving, I was wondering the same thing. She has removed Love and Mirror Huntsville from her bio on Instagram and all of that. So nothing as far as the show. As far as the contract, I was wondering if they get presented with a new contract each season. I believe that they do. So when it comes to that, for me, I think that Mel is smart enough, bright enough, and all of that. Maybe something has happened since she signed the last contract where I can see, hey, she's out of there. But I think that when in the past, when she signed those contracts, is because she wanted to continue on the show.
Yeah, I feel like she has a soft spot for the show. Like,
Yeah,
this as
absolutely.
much as of her baby as
Absolutely.
anyone else's, especially hers, because she's the one. Because at the end of the day, when everybody talks about their start on the show, they always say her name. Oh,
Mhm.
Melanie reached out, or Melanie gave you my name, or Melanie the one that shot me around, or Melanie, 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 Melanie. Nobody say Martell did anything
Nothing.
at
But
all.
Carlos said it did.
Child, Carlos is a lie, and he a lie. And to me, he's trying to big up Martell because he feels like, well, Mel is on her way out the door. I feel like I really feel he feels that
Hmm.
in my heart of hearts. Carlos know that Mel is almost out the door. He know that. So he like, okay, well, we need to do something because when she leave, her fans are gonna leave. Most of them, because I mean, some people like to hate watch.
Yeah.
That's what some people like to do, but for the most part the ratings are already dropping and Mel is still on the show.
Hmm.
That's odd to me that she's still on the show but the ratings are plummeting and she's still there. So when she leaves,
It's a wrap.
it's done. And
Mhm.
him talking about, oh, we number one, we number one. Yeah, it's easy to be number one. What else does Owen have going on?
Yeah, that's what I was
That's
gonna say.
right. That's right.
Ready
What
to
else do
love
OWN have going
and
on? Go
uh,
to a bigger network like
right.
VH1, Viacom, or
Yeah.
Bravo, and talk that. Yeah, you can say that on OWN because what else does OWN get? I mean, Sweetie Pies is over, so what else do we watch OWN for?
So true. Yeah, I agree with you. That's something that just irks me when he says it. Number one show on number. It's not because of you, Carlos. Again, I'm going to always mix in Mill and Martell when it comes to the success of the show, or they're the ones that got people just to watch, period. And it's not
Exactly.
because of anyone else on the show. It's not because of Carlos. What Mill and Martell went through on that show, they damn near produced their own scenes. It was real. So it
I
is
feel
what
like and I feel like he does these interviews to keep the show going. You know what I mean? Like let's do an interview with you. Let's talk about the show. Let's talk about he's trying to push the show so much because he knows the ratings are dropping. He sees it. He gets it going across his desk just like everybody. If we know, he know. So I
Mhm.
feel like he's trying to keep these interviews going and keep everybody coming on and talking about the show and trying to push and push and push to keep people watching.
Yeah. Yep. Great points. We'll see the direction of the show. Real quickly, I want to read Candy's comment before I do so. 1,287 watching. Thank you guys so much. Let me check the likes. Guys, if you have not hit the like button, please go ahead and hit like for me. It is free. If you are in the bushes, drop down and chit chat with us. We have 833 likes, which is good. But if you guys could just like the other 500, that would be great. Real quickly before I read Candy's comment, Ronell, oops. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. I can change you guys' name. Oh. I just clicked something and it gave me an option to change Ronell's name. Ronell, are you there?
Oh, I'm here. How are you?
Okay, how are you?
I'm good. I'm good. I'm good.
All right. Thanks for joining me. Now, we do have a couple people ahead of you, so be patient. But thank you so much for joining me. Let me read Candy's comment. Candy, I'm glad I came to this comment because I saw it on my phone and I was trying to get down to it. Candy put, Mel should not discuss anything regarding child custody or revenge P on the reunion. Carlos did not think enough of her to even say he was sorry. Don't let him exploit her story on the reunion. I agree. Not only did he not say he was sorry, he didn't acknowledge it at all. At all. And yeah, I wouldn't let him do it. So he would know that beforehand. We're not touching that. My kids can't be seen on the show. My kids can no longer be seen on social media. And the revenge P, I would just tell him just like that. You didn't say anything. I don't know. That's a catch-22 because that's a large scale of people that's watching at the reunion. And if I were male, I would probably take the time to address that. So, because we all should know there are people that watch the show and watch the show only. They don't know what's going on YouTube or Twitter or Instagram, none of that. So, they may not even be aware of that. But that's a great point. As far as the revenge P, though, I think I would say something because it's something that Martell did that he should be in jail for, in my opinion. But thank you again. It's Chrissy time. Let me see, where am I on my screen? All right, so how I'm going to do this. How did I let you guys up? Bloop, bloop, bloop. Next up is Cheryl Howard. After Cheryl, we have BLS. Go ahead, Cheryl. Hey, Cheryl.
Hello, Chit. How you doing, baby?
Good. How are you?
Baby,
hey, Relly. I'm sorry. Go ahead,
Cheryl. Listen, I don't know I don't think Carlos know who he dealing with because now this is alleged. I don't know, but Miss Van has a contract, and part of her contract is filming. Also, a part of her contract, I believe so, is being seen on the show. Isn't that a breach of contract? Didn't Carlos breach Miss Van's contract? She could possibly allegedly go after him. So, I mean, I could be wrong. I don't know. I'm not no lawyer, nothing like that. But it just sounds like he breached her contract by not showing her, especially if she signs a contract. He's supposed to honor that whole body of that contract by also letting her be seen on the show, which is why she signed the contract also. So he should get, she may come after him. He's not in the clear. He's not going to ever help Martell's image. Martell's image is shot. He's just, he need to stop trying to save Martell. He can't save Martell. Nobody can save him. And as far as that revenge P, that's one thing that she's going to could possibly come after him for as well. Allowing Martell to do that and not give an apology, suspend him, fire him. I mean, he faced no consequences for it. You know, there's a lot that's against Carlos. So, and you can't, and I hope he don't think that Melody is just going to sit by and let you treat her mother like that. She got a plan. She already said, listen, I may not say anything, but I'm handling my business. Melody doesn't say anything, but as far as we know, she could be in the works of doing something about it.
Yeah.
You know, so, you know, this is who Carlos is, you know, but as far as Martell, Ariane is not coming on that show. She's not, because now she's harassing Melody. We already know she stalked her online, disrespected her, said all the most foul things she could say about Melody. Now she's making fake pages, allegedly, following Melody, copying Melody. Now she's on the show. That's harassment. Melody can come after her for harassment.
And the show.
That show. She has the legal right to file harassment charges. You slept with the woman's husband. You came on live disrespecting her. Now you want to come on the show. Now you're harassing me. So it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. You know, I'm just this show has went down, down, down. It's not going up. It's not going up. And that's all I can say about it. It's just crazy. I'm just exhausted.
Yeah, those are some great points, Cheryl. Do you think that there's anything that can be done to change the direction of the show? Anything at all?
The one thing is to get rid of all these misogynist, disrespectful men whom they have on the show. 3 of them we know: Marceau, Maurice, and Martell. The 3 Musketeers. Get them off the show. I think they all should be off the show. Let Melody have her show. She came to Carlos with this creation. He didn't create the show. She did. Let her bring some Black excellence onto the show and get rid of all the old baggage that's on the show that's bringing the show down.
Mm-hmm.
And 3 men in particular are bringing the show down.
Yeah.
With their, with their misogynistic, male chauvinistic, disrespectful attitude towards women, black
Yeah.
women.
The men are out of control.
They're out
Out
of control.
of control. And I've always questioned, why does Carlos show it? Was this normal for him? Is it something that he witnessed growing up and he feels like this is normal? And in doing and feeling that way, he displays it? Because there's a lot of things that should have been cut on the cut.
Mm-hmm.
And he made Melody. Oh no, he made Melody. He made Melody leave his dusty ass. That's
Oh,
what he
that's
made
the
Melody
night
do.
with Cheryl. And Cheryl. Got watch
Uh,
the night with sis.
sorry.
But he definitely did that though. She was up and out of there, and none of us blame her. She definitely made the right decision. Somebody put it's the number one show because it's the only show.
Right.
Okay,
Mm,
facts. But great point, Cheryl. I'm definitely going to swing back over to you. Let's
okay.
go over to BLS. After BLS, we're going to get Ronell. I was just about to get to you. Ronell jumped down. Tanya B, you already talked a little earlier. So after BLS, succeeding. And there is Ronell. Ronell, are you there?
Yeah, I'm sorry. My phone. I went and pressed the back button, and it took
Okay.
me a whole
No,
nother area, child.
no problem. So after BLS, we will get to Ronell to the chat. Thank you guys so much. I see all of your comments. Everybody is behaving. Pinky, the housewife. Hey, Pinky. Thank you so much for the super sticker. And Pinky is also a content creator. If you guys are not following her, follow Pinky. And let's see. I think I got everybody else. It's Christy Time became a member. Okay. All right. Go ahead, BLS. How are you this evening?
I am good. Good evening, Chit Chat, and everybody on the panel and in the, I don't know if the gallery,
The panel.
um, the panel. So what, I don't know, sticks out to me as it relates to Carlos and why he is doing what he's doing. I agree that he is one, immature and insecure. And I'm saying that based on one, how he handles himself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you all recall when um who was Dustin, is Dustin his name? He did the
Dustin
review.
Ross. Mm-hmm.
Yes, he did the review concerning Melody. When he got to talking about Melody, Carlos was very uncomfortable and he was exhausted with even listening to what he had to say concerning Melody. And it's like that showed me, number one, who he was, and number two, just his immaturity. Now you asked the question, but I think he expected him to be critical of Melody, and he just wasn't. And what I believe about Carlos is that, do you guys recall when he was challenging Melody? Like he knew he had the dirt. Well, Melody, did you give somebody fellatio?
Mm-hmm.
And so he asked the question like he knew he had the answer. And I believe that he saw what Martell showed everybody. And when Melody was just talking about the revelations are coming, and remember how they kept coming.
Mm-hmm.
And what I believe about that is that Carlos saw it when Martell showed everybody, because everybody with so much surety and confidence was calling her a hoe, like they saw her
Mm-hmm.
hoe. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
excuse me,
We got to say 304 or something
excuse
else.
me. I'm
That's okay.
sorry, 304.
Mm-hmm.
And see, I don't even know that term 304, but you get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They came with, so every time Tisha said it, Tisha was saying it like, yeah, mm-hmm. and everybody says it like they done seen this girl out here on the strip or something. And so I believe that when Martell showed the cast members, that he had showed Carlos as well. And so whatever case that she is pursuing, if in fact she pursues, he is party in that. And I believe that the way he is behaving right now and keeping her off the show is going to be, he's going to respond, oh, she just put me in it because, her scenes got cut. And
Mm.
so that he's building, but no, I think he guilty as, he guilty with regard to knowing and having seen it. And I believe that they all seen it. I mean, because if we go back and look at that video and you watch how he looked and how he asked the question, because y'all saw how hard he came at her on that particular reunion, and we looking like,
Yeah.
what is he doing and what's up with that?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And he did that, and he talked to nobody else in that way. And that is when I saw him turn on her, and he never turned back. But I think
Mm-hmm.
he in it now, and I think they all busted. And when they get subpoenaed, did you see this?
Mm-hmm.
And if she subpoenas their phone records, their emails, and all of those things that
Yep.
she will have to get access to based on when he started saying it, when they started saying it,
Mm-hmm.
they all gonna get got,
Mm. You know
in my
what?
opinion.
And great opinion it was. You know what? When it comes to that, it's not like it's so far fetched that Martell would not have told Carlos. I do think that he probably mentioned it, like you said, or possibly shown it to him. But let's also think back to Marceau. Now, Marceau had been talking about a tape, talking about a tape. At the time, everybody thought he was talking about Miss Van and his brother.
Right.
Mhm.
Now, Miss Van came out and said that's impossible. Shut that down.
Mm-hmm.
What
Right.
what was Marceau talking about? Was
You
he
are
talking
Come
about
right,
on.
the
Chit
alleged,
Chat.
1 second, LaDon? Was he talking about the alleged tape with
Mm.
Martell and Mel all this
Come
time?
on. And you know how he liked to play, and he liked to play on words and say stuff without
Yes.
saying it directly.
Yep.
Hmm.
Yep.
Wow. Good point, Chit Chat.
Uh-huh. Thank you, thank you. And I agree with you. If she subpoenas records, it's over. Because I do think that that played a part in everybody, like you just said. And 304 is the H word that you just said spelled out on your phone or whatever. 304.
And I'm so sorry for doing that on your live.
It's fine. The girl, look, I cuss. I just try to make sure if I go down, it's because of my words, not y'all. But I do think that that played a part in all of them viewing Mel in that way. I think that Martell either showed them or told them, hey, he told Ariane, Ariane told Carson, and I think that all of them were aware. Tisha even said something about Mel doing some things. So great point. I do hope that Mel is taking legal action. And yeah, a subpoena would be wonderful. And I think that that will shut Love and Mary Huntsville down. Martell admitted himself in the interview with Queen Sheba that Carlos was aware as well as his attorney. Now, what Carlos and the attorney were not aware of was the additional plot to make it appear like she was with somebody else. That's a whole nother story. And again, Carlos has not said anything at all. But great points, BLS. Let me move over to Ronell. Ronell, thank you for joining us. What are your thoughts? I see you chatting in the back chat and you hitting all the good points. What's your
Oh,
thoughts on Carlos?
oh yes. Okay, so how I'm gonna start it off is, yeah, if y'all pay attention, I mean, I started watching a little bit of Carlos's YouTube channel, but
Mm-hmm.
I started to fade away a little bit because it was getting too much. Like, we need to be talking about your shows, your upcoming shows, any shows that you might have a hand on and stuff like
Yes.
that. We don't need to be talking about Bravo. You're not there no more. But if you pay attention, he always says he has a producer friend that works over there at Bravo, and who I'm thinking, and I've also heard people have said allegedly that the guy Eric that Candace was calling for is the one that be, that has worked with Carlos and worked under Carlos.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm thinking that Eric is the reason why he always got a hand in what's going on over there at the Housewives. And Eric be telling him all their business, and that's why he's always over there, telling everybody business on his YouTube channel and stuff like that. And that's who I think that his producer friend is, and why he talks about the Housewives so much. That's one point. Another point is I remember the revenge P that Melody was talking about, because I was actually shocked when the live that she said about that, and I immediately got off of it, because at first I didn't want to believe it, because I'm like, how can you love somebody so much but do that to somebody, you know and also, another thing that you even touched on with the issues with a lot of the husbands and how to talk to their wives, I don't understand why he hasn't said anything about that either. Because I feel like, just like I've said to someone in the comments, that they were like that the ratings were very high when Melody was being harassed by Martell. And I'm like, it's crazy, because if you think about it, Maurice, Marcel, and Martell all have of manipulative spirit on them when it comes to their marriages and the women that they're with.
Yes.
And it's very telling that it's funny how they say that it said that the reviews and the views were up, while you know Melody was being, harassed. But they're all abused women, and I don't understand why Carlos doesn't come out and defend all of them. These are all mentally abused women. Now, not physically. Now, we don't know for sure if there's any physicality being, done, but mentally, that all of those men are very abusive to their wives, and I
Mm-hmm.
don't see that the why Carlos doesn't have a problem with that.
Me.
Another point is even with the revenge P is that on the reunion, the last reunion that Destiny was on, she was very adamant about, oh, I got dirt on you, I got dirt on you, I got dirt on you. And I'm glad you even mentioned that, QT, is that they all were so adamant about going hard on Mel.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they knew for sure that Mel was with another man. And being as though Carson came out with her part and saying that she mentioned it to Tisha, then that means that Tisha knew about this too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Um.
And
Go ahead.
it was something else that I wanted to mention also. Um I forgot. No, no, no. It was something that somebody said in the comments, and you even mentioned it too. I just can't remember exactly what it was, but I know for sure that if if Melody doesn't have Love and Marriage Huntsville in her bio, then something is coming where she may not be involved anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Because usually, what a lot of the reality stars do, if they're not involved in a show anymore, they take it out their bio.
They do. They do. And it's gone. I checked, and I'll check while we're.
No, I checked too when I saw somebody in the comments say, "Is it true that she took it out of her bio?" I went right to her Instagram page and it's not up there.
Yeah, I can read it. What she has up there is public figure, producer, host, actress, model, recording artist, motivational speaker, and grab your skincare using the link below. Nothing at all when it comes to Love and Marriage Huntsville. So,
See,
Ronell,
somebody just said she removed it months ago. See, I didn't know
hasn't
that.
been months. I don't think it's been months. I think it's been within the last couple weeks for sure. But I don't think it's been months.
Mhm.
So I agree with you. I think something has happened or something is happening or will happen.
And look, all I have to, and my last thing I do have to say is this: if I was Carlos, I would be very careful in how he's trying to treat Melody, because Melody has shown that she can, persevere through anything that has been thrown her way. And if you're very into astrology, Saturn has went into retrograde last week, and Saturn is the planet of karma. And a lot of people have been getting hit with karma these days, even in the public eye, and not just with Love and Marriage Huntsville.
Yeah.
Mm.
Wow. Now say that again. Saturday, this past Saturday was what?
Oh, Saturn, the
Oh,
planet
Saturday,
Saturn.
the planet.
Saturn it
Okay.
went into retrograde, and Saturn
Oh,
is the planet of karma.
I never knew Saturn. Oh, wow. I'm gonna have to look that up. Yeah, it's been proven that it seems like everybody that try to come against her, they fail.
Yep.
And
Look at where Destiny at now.
look at it. And thank you for bringing up Destiny as far as her mentioning, where the bones are buried. I know where the bones are buried. She
Yes.
hasn't unburied the bones yet. And I think the bones were Mr. Martell going around telling everybody about this alleged tape.
And
Somebody,
if everybody knows about it, everybody need deserve a piece of jail time. I'm sorry, because
yep.
there's no way that you know about that and don't say anything to nobody or even speak up on it.
Mm-hmm. And that's why I know for sure, and thank you again for mentioning that. We do know that the connection between Carson and Tisha was her hairdresser or whatever. I
Yes.
said from the beginning that role, just based off of what Carson said, she only did Tisha's hair 3-4 times. In doing that, that does not equate to, hey girl, I want you to appear on this show because we got to break down in communication. So
Mhm.
Carson didn't know she was being used. So
Yep.
Tisha wanted to get back at Mel because Mel knew about Marceau's alleged mistress, the other hairdresser, Alonda. And I think she wanted to get Mel back. That was the only reason why Carson was on that show.
Well, she going to
Unfortunately for
she
Tisha, it blew up. Hey Nina, I
Tisha's
see you.
going about it the wrong way. Tisha, she trying to copy Mel outfits, hairstyles, businesses, all this other.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you don't like this evil spirit so much, but you mimicking her like no tomorrow.
Yeah. We all see it, we all see it. Now, before I move on, we are going next. And thank you, Ronell. We'll definitely swing back. We're going to go to Succeeding next. After Succeeding, we have Nina 1321 in the chat. Thank you guys so much. Thank you to my mod, Sissy. Thank you so much for holding it down.
Oh, I'm gonna drop down so someone else could come up.
Okay, well, Ronell, thank you again. You made some excellent points, especially about the abuse of men. They are extremely mentally abusive, and it's in our face. I don't understand why it's showcased. What Maurice did on Carlos King's YouTube channel the other day was, oh my God, appalling, appalling. But thank you for that. Great, great points, Ronell.
You're
Ronell, is this
welcome.
your first time joining me?
I pop in and every now and then on some lives if I can catch them. I'm surprised I'm even up. Usually I be knocked out after some good food and a little, a
I
little blunt
feel you.
and a little blunt to the head.
Uh-oh. I look fucked up.
I'm on my way. I'm on my way.
Where my girl Marita at? But thank you, Ronell. Thank you so much
No
for
problem,
sharing your
guys.
thoughts.
Have a
Great,
good night.
great
Take
Bye,
care.
conversation.
Ronell.
You as well. All right, who was next? Succeeding.
Hi,
Go ahead.
everyone.
Good evening.
So, this is all in my opinion because I have a lot of opinions about Carlos. And
Uh-oh.
I used to really like him too. He had a good
Thank you,
thing going.
Chrissy. Uh-huh.
He had a good thing going, but he's his worst enemy because of his pride.
Mm-hmm.
And we know that pride goes before destruction and a haughty spirit before the fall.
Mm-hmm.
And that's where we're at. The show, and this show is different for him. He's not used to having fans that he likes control. He's not used to having fans that have control, and we have control.
Yeah.
And Carlos does not like that. He's like a peacock. He likes to show his feathers. He doesn't want anyone else to control his narrative. And then think about it. He came into Roa at a different time where people were not researching things.
That's
So they
true.
were selling us all kinds of things. So this is a new realm for him. We're not buying his sugar honey iced tea. And we're controlling part of his narrative.
Say it.
And so now you could see in this season how they're all chasing their behinds because we see that they're $100 heirs.
Not $100 heirs.
Right. So they're
Wait a
chasing
minute.
their behinds.
Marceau said he and Tisha made $17 million.
Oh yeah, they sure did, and they had 17 million lies. Right, 17 million lies, and that's why they moving. Don't even unpack the furniture. Don't unpack those cups, Tisha, because we're gonna be moving. And so his head could barely fit through that closet of his. I had my best friend, we used to joke because she calls herself big head, so it's not something that I'm saying mean. He would be head Molati, more head than body. And that's just based on where he is with his head. His head is so big, and Mel doesn't fit into that because she's cool, calm, collected, and she doesn't buy into that. See, he's used to everyone is his friend, and these people are not his friends because we know, truth be told, if we had a friend like him, we don't need an enemy.
Yeah.
Because he tells all their business. Even the person that he claims is his friend at Roa, if that's his friend, he doesn't care about his friend jeopardizing his job. So we know he doesn't really have friends. He has people that he's still upset with that Roa situation. And so he's still trying to let them know, I'm here, I'm doing my thing. And he had a good thing going because it was a high rating show. And Melly let it be known in a polite way, we are not friends. We are not cool like that. Yeah. And he didn't like that. That hurt his pride. That got him, off his little ego. And so he convinced Stormy, think about this at the beginning of the season. Oh, you're going to be a star. And she came in, hey, I'm one of the star. I'm a star. Remember she posted that she was a star? We have a fallen star. With holes in her pockets. We have not seen her post any. And she said she was going to be so much in YouTube. We were going to get tired of seeing her. We haven't seen her. She ran away like a thief in the night.
She sure did.
And so I think, in my opinion, he's ready to pack it up because the Scotts, the $100 heirs, they don't want to tell their real stories. They can't tell that Maurice comes in at 5:00 in the morning. They can't talk about Marceau's stuff. They don't really not really building a property. So there's nothing for them to tell. They don't have a story. So he's ready to pack it up, but he's not going to tell them because he's going to ride them until their wheels fall off.
Yeah. I don't think he's ready to. You mean Carlos is ready to pack up the show?
He's ready to pack it up at this point. I think he's ready to move on to other things. There's nothing else I think he could do with the Scotts. They're $100 heirs. What else? We're not interested in anything.
Yeah.
So he would have to bring in new people in order for it to go on.
Yeah.
And Melody and her mom, they're people of excellence. They expose everyone else's incompetence. So he doesn't like that.
Yeah. Great points. When Mel was with her girlfriends, I believe it was, when they had to come get her. I think she had some issues with her G-Wagon. They were just so fun to watch. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I think
yes.
I don't know if they just choose not to be on the show. But I do think a different direction, if Mel was to stay, more people with genuine connections with her. Even Shanita. I would love to see Shanita on the show. Real quickly, Victoria, I see you backstage. Do you want to be on camera?
No.
Okay.
I'm really just listening, but I just love your show. I love your voice and everything. I wanted to tell you that.
Yeah, thank
I just love your show. I'm telling you, I watch you all the time.
you.
All the time.
Well, I want you to talk now. I want you to say, I want to, when we get to you, I want you to give me your thoughts. So there's a way, if you don't want to show your face, there's a way you can turn off your camera. Do you see it right there on your screen? You should be
Um,
you should be able to
let me see.
stop camera. I think it says stop camera.
Let me see.
Even though you're cute, there you go.
I
All
think I did. I think I did. I think I did. I did.
Yep,
I
you
did.
did. Cool, cool, cool. Well, thank you. And yeah, I want you and thank you for the compliments. I appreciate it. Thank you for being a subscriber. And I do want to hear your thoughts as well. Now, who was I talking to? BLS? BLS, were you done?
You were talking to me, succeeding too.
Oh, succeeding. I'm sorry, succeeding.
That's okay. And the other thing I want to say is Carlos lies so much he can't keep up with his own lies. Because he talked about, and we all remember, our memories are all great. We don't have a problem. He said he met the two of them. Martell just sat there, said nothing, and sat there and watched Melody take, and he knew she was a star. He saw her and he knew she was a star. She had that it factor.
Yeah.
But now he feels the need to moonwalk and blow smoke up, Martell's non-productive, self. But if you look at the credits that they've given, he's given Martell 57 producer credits to Melody's 31. He's his worst enemy.
Oh wow, I didn't even know that.
I noticed that at the beginning of last season, I want to say, when I was scrolling through, when you Google the show and you look at the producers, look at how many Martell has and how many she has, and his is 57. Now, what has Martell done?
Yeah. I'll definitely look at that. He's done nothing. Nothing at all. You know what I think it is? I think that Carlos told the truth when he said when he saw Mel, he saw a star. But I also think when he saw Martell, he saw hearts all in his eyes. Just my opinion.
Yes, mine too.
And attraction,
Mine too.
When it comes to the Martell hoe.
Because he went on about how attractive they were.
Yeah, they were an attractive couple. Pacino, you had a comment that I wanted to read and I lost it. Succeeding, we are definitely going to swing back over to you. Let's give a couple more. And who was next? All right, so we got Nina next, and then we got Debbie. Hey, Aunt Debbie. Aunt Debbie, are you there?
I'm here. Hello, ladies. How you
Hey,
doing?
hello.
How you doing, Chit Chat? How you doing, panel? How y'all doing?
Good, Aunt Debbie. I hope you are as well. Now we're gonna have you right after Nina, and I know Aunt Debbie is gonna let loose. I may have to go run to the bathroom first time. But
Hey, ladies. Hey, Miss Chit Chat.
Hello.
Love your channel as usual, and I will be joining soon.
oh, thank you.
Hey, panel. Hey, guys. Love when we get
Hi.
together. Miss Debbie, looking forward to see what you have to say.
Yeah.
Y'all, this is a hot mess. That's all I can tell you.
One
It's so
second.
much going on.
Nina, give me 1 second. Nina, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Hey, Black Titanic. Somebody put Black Titanic was in the chat. I just wanted to make sure I acknowledge her. Any other content creators? Brown Skin Girl, Wente Talks, Pinky the Housewife. All the content creators, thank you guys so much for joining me. Chat, make sure you are subscribed. Lori L, I'm not sure what's going on, sis. I add you, you drop down. Add you, drop down. I'm going to add you again. Hopefully your device is okay. Sorry, Nina. Go ahead.
It's okay. It's okay. Teamwork makes the dream work. But Melody she is a star. She has a gift of creating new ideas and actually putting them and implementing them and making them come to a vision, which is very hard to do. So I'm sure Carlos is jealous. I mean, he's had a platform for years, and he's probably trying to figure out what is this woman doing, because I know that I am. But I think that they're hyping us up, guys, on purpose. because I was so upset when I heard Maurice running his mouth and what all he needed and what all the man of spirit type verbiage or whatever. Then shortly after that, here comes Carlos. Well, if it wasn't for Martell, there wouldn't be a Melody. And I'm like, and I was so mad, like my horn. I was a bull. I was a raging bull. I was like, I'm full speed ahead, and I had to think. I said, you know what? They playing mind games with me. They're playing mind games with us. I really do believe it. Now, I'm not going to say that this type of behavior is not going on, but Carlos has danced around it a little bit, and he wouldn't come out directly and support it. But all of a sudden, here it is out in the open. And I feel like there's something going on, under the surface with that, because I was furious. And everybody was furious. And I'm like, wait a minute, something's going on. Because I had to chill out for a minute. I really did. And I really wanted to point that out. Guys, I think they want attention. They need our attention. They want us to be sitting up here talking about them. And the best thing to do is pay them no attention. Kimmy, I'm sorry, darling. I'm trying to figure out what is really going on with you. You're making me feel like when they brought up at the reunion when your husband Maurice Fester, Uncle Fester, was out at 3, 4, 5 in the morning, you didn't want to talk about it because you're protecting what he's doing. You know that he has a problem, and I don't care how much you put it out, how much you suffer through. It's never going to be enough for an individual that's in that point in their life. They may never change. I don't know, but I wouldn't be able to even try to keep it up. That's one reason Mel left. She said it wouldn't matter what I did; it would never be enough. And I don't know if these men they're so turned out, or what are they doing? Are they together? What is going on? This is really crazy, y'all. And I said, I'm pulling back. I'm not gonna we don't have to find, we ain't gonna pay them no attention like that and have Carlos and Maurice and them having us upset like this on purpose. Yesterday, I swear, y'all, I was mad about that. Then I heard the interview with Queen Sheba and the Glenn guy from Jackson. I'm in Hattiesburg. I'm right down the street, honey. I'm right down. But anyway, just run my mouth.
Check that out. That was yesterday, right?
Please do, y'all. He was so much. It was such a breath of fresh air. Now, I'm not saying Glenn wasn't lying, but you could just really believe he was just such a different man. And he was so accountable for his actions. And I was like, I love. So that had me full. Then they talked about the lady with the son, the 14-year-old son. Do y'all know I was crying last night? I said, hold on now. This is too much. I couldn't take it anymore. I saw that and the Carlos and the Maurice and then all this Glenn. I'm like, you know what? I'm empathic to a certain degree, and I've absorbed all these energies and emotions, and I really was in tears yesterday. Yeah. At the end of the day, after I listened to all that, I'm like, this is really crazy. But Kimmy,
real quickly about that, and then I'm like Kanye, I'm gonna let you finish, but sometimes we need a social media break. You guys may notice some days I may not post for a full day. Sometimes too. Even like you just said, the different emotions. That's why I deactivated my Facebook page, because I can go from wishing someone a happy birthday to somebody losing their loved ones to another story coming up with something else. It could be a bit much. So I always recommend, especially if it's affecting you in that way, take a social media break.
Because we have our lives, right, that we're dealing with. Exactly. And then, I'm at home working at home. So I listen to YouTube like throughout the day because, I'm not on the phone. I'm just doing some things. And so I just listen, and, I like to, stay in touch with what's going on. And it's been so much going on lately, and yesterday was a day, baby. I couldn't believe that that it had me that full. I kid you not. And I said to myself, I'm not married to Fester. That's not my husband. And honey, if you like it, that's on you, because you're protecting him and you know what's going on. And if even if it's not to that degree, like they're playing us, I feel like I'm being played right now, because I feel like they played mind games with us about that. That came out back to back, and it just really upset me. It did.
The Kimmy stuff.
Yeah. First they came out. Carlos had to interview with Maurice, right? Then, like the next day or so, here they come. Here Carlos says, well, if it wasn't for Martell, he knows darn well we gonna snap when he say something like that. This is done on purpose.
Yeah, well, I mean, even with that, and I somewhat disagree. I think the content creators are definitely making a big, huge impact when it comes to the show because if
Mm-hmm.
you guys get the real on YouTube and other platforms instead of just watching the show. And I think if the real is not put out here, then the only thing that the show has is just the regular watcher. So I know, like myself and other content creators, will mostly continue to talk about it because it sheds light on what's really going on. But go
Well,
ahead.
they put that old interview out that or the discussion that Carlos did. They did it right after his interview with Maurice, and it was like back to back. Like, and it made me like something just hit me like, okay, I'm not saying that there's no issues and that they, but I felt like that was to pull our trigger so we would talk about them more because there's a whole lot of other stuff that's going on. But I noticed that it was put out there back to back. And I know that everybody that I listened to, that I enjoy listening to, we were so upset for like 2 days straight. We were like just so hot and mad. And I said, this was done on purpose. I had to realize that. And sometimes we kind of get so involved with it that we don't see some things. And I said, with things like that, we should have paid them a little less attention because they did their job. They did just what they wanted to do is just get us riled up. That's how I feel about it.
But
And I'm
I think that interview that Maurice did with Carlos, um,
uh-huh.
that wasn't fake. You know what I mean? And that did not make.
Yeah,
But I'm with you. When I saw it and I made a video, I was hot. So I get what you're saying as far as that. Things like that will get a rise out of people, especially people that can see. And somebody got a TV playing. Somebody please mute. Um, yeah, maybe it is the purpose, but I don't see anybody that will want to bring that type of attention on themselves, especially Maurice. That
that's what I'm saying. So why do it? And then why do the car, so
you
it's just an idea, it's just a thought, and I could be wrong. But I said that what I'm not going to give them a lot of more energy. I support Mel. If Mel is good, that's where we need to be. We need to be over there. And Kimmy, if you like I said, I do care about women. I'm very empathizing towards that situation, but she's the only one that's going to have to make that decision, with her situation. We're not married to the man. So, it's really, it's her monkey, it's not like for us to really, I'm just not going to give it that much energy anymore. You know what I mean? Because a lot of stuff we don't even know that's going on behind closed doors. I
Right.
think that the bloggers do a great job finding out. Don't get it twisted. But we don't really, really know what the end game is at this point. So, you have to just tread lightly. And it's spiritual warfare. I feel like the show is really a catalyst for these demons. And it does need to be, what does Mel say, dissolved?
Hmm.
Hit the dissolve button because all it's doing is it's like a portal almost. It's weird. You know what I mean? So let it go. Let
Yeah.
that go. But I'm gonna go sit down, guys. I'm just gonna listen because I've been in and out, so I've missed some information. And some points I may wanted to bring up, like I said, they kind of eluded me. But everybody has some wonderful points, and I'm gonna, just get it down in the chat and listen to you guys. But once again, it was great coming up and just, trying to
It
get some of that off my chest because yesterday was terrible. It was
was.
terrible. Oh Lord.
And
Mm, mm.
it was great having you. And yeah,
Yeah.
take a breather. Don't
Right.
expect
And Carlos, little inch high to a duck chipmunk looking, but don't really, baby. I could drag him. He can get drugged, baby. I can drag now, but I'm being nice, right? But I can talk about his little, yeah, his ego, the biggest thing on his body, his ego and his pride. It ain't just pride; it's the ego too.
all
He's
of
a little sick puppy as well. I mean, that's how he's projecting himself. But let me go on before I really get dragging, honey. I'm going to sit down.
well, thank you so much for joining
Little
me.
inch high. Okay, y'all. Y'all have a great evening. I'm going to sit down. I think I went to sleep the last time, but
All
y'all have a good night.
You
right,
too.
Tina. Thank you so much for joining me. Thank you for all of your thoughts. Yeah, and a lot of people feel that way. I get it in my comment section. It's always good if you feel like it's getting a rise out of you. Turn it off. And I want you guys to watch me on YouTube. But if it's affecting you like that, it's always okay to take a breather. But thank you for that. Now, I do believe I had Victoria next, L'Oreal.
Excuse me, Chit Chat. Somebody's TV is on, and people are also saying it in the chat.
I did say that. Now, who is not muted? Okay, let me do something. All right, so Victoria is you. Victoria, you got a TV playing. If you can turn that down, whatever's in the background, if you're there. Oh,
I'm
okay.
here.
All right. Okay. Let me let Gail up. Hey, Gail. And Victoria, go ahead and jump in. After Victoria, we're going to have Debbie. Go ahead, Victoria.
Okay, what's my thought on Carlos?
Uh-huh.
I really don't have a thought on him. It's sad. It's a sad situation because I've been watching Love and Marriage Huntsville for a while.
Mm-hmm.
And I honestly believe that Carlos is still feeling some kind of way about Bravo because that is all he talk about.
That's true.
It's nothing he talk about with Huntsville. It's always bashing Bravo. And I really think that he's just, envious of what Andy is doing, which Andy is doing a good job. I think he do very well with Bravo. I couldn't even see Carlos with Bravo. I didn't even know he was the creator over there, over the Housewives. I didn't even know that until he was fired. Until, Candy actually did a interview with someone and told, why her and Carlos don't get along. So therefore I didn't even know he was the person over there until I heard he was fired. But it ain't too much I can say about Carlos. I just don't even I'm not even interested in watching it really like that no more. Because I know it now. I really see that it's phony. It's really phony. Because Stormy and her mother little thing they did, that was scripted. It looked fake. It
Mm.
looked fake. It looked fake to me. And Tisha with the apartment and stuff like that, that looked kind of fake too to me. It's like they just trying to really navigate on storylines, and it just really looked fake. So I just clicked through it. I'm not even really watching it. I'm gonna listen to the content creators, discuss it because I don't even watch it no more. I just don't even watch it no more. It's not good no more.
Gotcha.
So, but Carlos, I don't have too much really to say on him. I don't. It's just that I couldn't believe he actually turned that TV show, how it got so negative when it first came out. It was so interesting to watch on Saturday. If I'm working, I have my husband to record it. It was just that good to me. But now it's just, it's not the same. It's just not the same. So I
Right.
will be listening to y'all when y'all talk about it.
All right.
When Tate talks, I love her. Black Titanic, I love her. Chit Chat, yes, I definitely. I just love your voice, your voice, especially when you say and subscribe. I just love it. But I ain't had too much to say. I like listening to you ladies. I really do. I just listen.
Oh, well,
I really didn't have too much to say. I just wanted to listen.
gotcha. All right. Well, thank you, Victoria. Now, if you're gonna listen, I am gonna before you drum down, I do want to talk about what you said. But if you're going to be listening, we will need to open up the spot because there's people backstage. But yeah, I agree with
Okay.
you. It was excellent at one point, and for him
Yeah.
not to try to change this thing around earlier on,
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
don't I don't get it. That's why I kept saying it's almost like self sabotage. It really is.
Mm-hmm.
Because, you should be able to, you have to listen to the people, whether you want to or not, because they are the people
Absolutely.
going to, we are in the age of social media where people are interactive. They're going to talk about it on Twitter, they're going to talk about it on
Hmm.
Instagram, talk about it on YouTube, and you
Hmm.
have to pay attention to that. And I think he's tried
Absolutely.
tune things out and it's not working out
Mm-hmm.
in his favor. So
Mm-mm.
great,
Not at
great,
all.
yeah, great points, Victoria. Thank you so much. Gail Harris, you have two. You're up here twice.
Am
So you are now. Say something. So let me see which one was moving.
I?
Say
Hello?
okay. I see you. Oh shoot. Say it again, Gail. Hold on.
Hello?
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna try to remove one, and hopefully it's
Okay.
not. I think that's the second one. If I kick you by any chance, if I kick the active one, then just come back up. But let me kick
Okay.
this one.
Okay.
Okay. Are you still
Hello?
there?
I'm
Okay.
still here. Okay.
Cool. All
Hey,
right.
y'all.
Hey, Gail, and hey, Lori L. We do have Debbie. Debbie, Aunt Debbie. I need it real. I need it raw. Debbie, what are your thoughts about Carlos, the direction that the show is going, how he shaded Mel and said Martell basically created Mel? What you think, Debbie?
I think Carlos don't have no direction. That
Mm.
show is over. And the last thing he holding on to is a loser. And that's gonna cost him everything. Now, everything he let Martell do all he want. Everybody he bring on the show. Now look what done happened. He gonna teach his brother how to be an entrepreneur. How he gonna do that? And he want it. They done already probably come and got him and took him back to the jail.
Yeah, they looking for old Montez.
They probably already got him already. And I'm as quiet as it's kept. I believe, in my opinion, Martell is the one turning them in for the money. He that low.
Mm-mm.
He gave that boy some chicken. He needed that money. He called them people.
Not some chicken pie. Not some chicken. Real quick, Debbie. Hey, Anthony, what's up, bro? Let me read this real quick, Debbie, because I know you about to let loose. Anthony said, yeah, he saw a star, but didn't know that she was anointed and had a calling on her life. You better speak it. Speak it. Go ahead, Aunt Debbie.
That's what I believe. Martell tried to tell that young man, "Oh, I'm gonna help you out. You got a suit? Can you come to the expo?" All that was leading up for him to call them people and tell where his brother was so he can get that money.
Ooh, child.
That's how low Martell is. Carlos is just as low. Carlos gonna turn on Martell. Martell think he got something with Carlos King. He don't have nothing with him. The same way he did Mel, he gonna do him.
Mm-hmm.
Because what you do for one, you got for another. I wouldn't trust him. That show is on its way out. Melody got something planned. She's so happy. And whatever it is, it's bigger than this show. And it's bigger than the both of them demons. May
Mm.
God bless her. Because they
Mm.
can't hold her down. Carlos can talk all he wants. He ain't going to have nothing when all them shows is gone because when it's all said and done, I'm going to drop him like a hot potato. Just watch and see. Them shows not going nowhere. He think he doing something. Them ratings dropping. Carlos is a dirty man, and I'm telling you, what he reap, he gonna sow now. It's gonna come back on him. I can't wait till he get it. You know, I had a dream about him. He was in my dream laughing like he do.
Oh.
And I got up and beat the hell out of him.
No. No, you didn't, Debbie.
Yes, I did.
Ooh,
I woke up, I had to tow the whole bed up and almost the room.
Lord have mercy.
I just got I can't take Carlos. I'm waiting on him to get it. You know what I'm saying? And my Melody got a surprise for them. You know, when she had that ceremony, it was taped. Now we're gonna see that last. You know why we're gonna see that last? Cause that's the end. That's when she gonna drop the mic. She already said Revelations, right? And it's revealed that all the snakes have come out. Look at them people; they don't have nothing. Here go my so to my he building a hotel, and the other man company building a hotel. How you gonna lie to people like that and think they don't find out? Him and Tisha again. There go Tisha running up behind him. She done made herself. She don't have no credibility to nowhere.
Debbie, you didn't believe the flag that was flying. Did you see Marceau?
No, anybody could do that. That's just a piece of rag and some dirt.
That's all it is, really. Couple sticks.
That don't mean nothing. My son them ain't even build it. Them people is last. That's why he trying to run over to Detroit. You know that he's trying to run over there and get with them people. That's to get away from Tisha. He ain't taking her with him. She gonna be stuck right there on Miss Wanda with them potatoes. So get on over there with your mama. That's why the man called her mama a cockroach.
Oh, child. Not a cockroach.
That's what Marceau called Wanda.
He did.
He don't want. And if he think your mama a cockroach, what you would think he think about you? You came from a cockroach. That's what he's saying.
Baby cockroach.
A little baby roach. Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy, Debbie.
That's the truth. And all the rest of them. Now Martell want to get on there. He ain't got nobody to fight with. Now he want to fight with his mama.
Yep. Ain't that a shame? Ain't that a shame? I got a video dropping about that in the morning. You guys make sure you watch it. Go ahead, Debbie.
That lady gonna get drunk and cuss.
Debbie, you break it up. You break it up just a little bit, Debbie.
I'm breaking up. Is that better?
That's better.
Is that better?
Yeah. That's better.
That lady gonna drink some of that Inez wine, baby. She gonna get in front of them cameras and she gonna let him have it. And I can't wait till she do. Cause see, Martell, now it's not easy taking care of children and you want to run the street.
Facts.
And he was running around talking about Melanie babysitters. What about him and his babysitters? He done had Boom Boom Belinda keeping the kids. Nobody know nothing about her.
Sure did. And we don't know what Belinda's selling. I don't know now. It looks like something is on the plot over there with them ladies. Allegedly.
We don't know what they done. And then she gonna talk about a bonus mom. Who want her to be their mama?
Yep.
It's a lot going on over there. And like I said, that show coming to an end, and Detroit might not even get off the ground because ain't nobody gonna watch Carlos. Carlos done messed up real bad. The way he did at Bravo, he got a second chance when he got to OWN. And here he is with the same old crap.
Yep.
He need to go sit down. Him and Martell both, when they lose, I want to see them turn on each other. Because I'm telling you, Carlos is going to turn on Martell. Martell think he holds all the keys. But he don't. It's some keys he don't know about. And I'm going to tell you something. They think they're going to get that show and get Mel. Mel got something for them. And when she leaves, she going to leave on her own terms. And that's with that ceremony. And she leaving them a message. So let them keep right on. Keep right on, Carlos King.
That's deep. That will be deep if she does leave, if that is the final time. We'll see Melody Cherie Rogers on Love and Mary Tunstall. A lot of people in the chat are saying it would be nice to see Mel on Bravo. I really wish that she would have started on Bravo because Real Housewives of Atlanta, the ladies have their drama, but for the most part, they know how to separate that. Nothing is really, I don't know, Marlo is out of control this season, but most times they still kick it with each other. Definitely way more money than Love and Mary Huntsville, but we shall see. Wherever Mel go, we will follow. I know I will, as far as covering everything that she has going on. Debbie, this is my thought. I think it's a part of Martell's, and let me add Bad Apple. Hey, Bad Apple.
Hey, ladies, how y'all doing?
Hey. Um,
Hi.
Debbie,
Good, good.
I think that this is a part of Martell's thing. I think Martell gets folk wrapped up in whatever he's telling them. They're going to comment, and then he's able to hold that over their head in a sense. So I think he's holding something over Carlos' head. I'm sure that he shared things. Now we all seem to believe, especially after tonight, that Martell may have shared that picture or the idea of a tape with more people than just a couple. And yeah, I think that's why Coleslaw has been so quiet. He got her so wrapped up where she can never, she said herself, some of the things that her and Martell has done could land the both of them in jail. So in order to keep her quiet, she wrapped in the mix. If he sat down and talked negatively about things or shared some things with Carlos about Mel, then he got Carlos wrapped in because he could say, well, you knew too, and you didn't say nothing. You know what I mean? So I think that that's a part of Mr. Martell of keeping folks as quiet as possible. Um,
Martell so dumb. He better watch out. He might be going right in there behind his brother.
mhm.
Mm.
Yeah, if he ain't careful, he definitely got reason to be. Hey, ADR. He got a reason to be locked up. I hope that that's not swept under the rug. I hope he's not just tapped on his hand. Something needs to be done, or at least a lot of things will have to be met when it comes to me. My kids, I need to be able to post them. A whole lot of demands will be met. You got to fight fire with fire sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I would tell them if I was male. Now we can handle this way, or we can go ahead and do it this lethal way. You know. So, but great points, Debbie. You know I'm gonna swing back over. Let's get to first. We have L'Oreal. After L'Oreal, we have Gail, and after Gail, we will have Bad Apple. L'Oreal, thanks for joining me.
Hey y'all,
Hey, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Uh
I wanted to say, grrr.
oh. What's that,
what
Coach?
what Martell do on that picture?
What is the purr for, Lord?
Grrr.
Oh, this
That
picture
is
is
a fool.
Martell.
That
Yeah.
picture is wild.
What was the purpose for that? What was the
Let
purpose?
me tell you though. Let me
You
tell you.
remember that's when they were in that meeting and he
Man,
was yelling at
that
her.
meeting was a joke, and
Yeah,
he
but
couldn't hold his composure.
he did Bad Apple. He did that to Kimmy and Maurice, not Mel, and I just didn't understand why. Still don't know why. He's a nut, a straight up nut.
They
But
must have cut that scene out.
yeah,
In
go
patience,
ahead,
he was talking about, that is a clown, boy. I said, he know that meeting was a joke, honey. It was a joke to begin with. She not going for none of that. As soon as they said we not getting paid, it was a straight joke. And let's just have fun. Because he already knew what time it was. Oh, we not doing this. I don't care what we fighting about. If it ain't no money here, child, hang it up.
Exactly. What's
Because
the
it's already a reach for us even being in the same room. Okay, so yeah, no, that was so funny. I'm sorry, that was funny. I said that's a clown. But as far as Mr. Los, what do you say, Big Los?
no?
Big Los, Little Los. If first, my first and foremost problem with Big Los, regardless of anything he says, if he says my African one more time,
Child.
I won't jump through the screen. What part he don't get? We all African.
Mm-hmm.
Quit saying my African, my African, my African. Oh, my African. That's the trend. Is to go get you an African. Quit saying that. That's just getting on my last nerves. I'm like, baby, but you want to sit up here and go hard on Potomac Housewives because they had a moment they could have stood up for the black culture, but you gonna turn around and say my African. I want to choke him.
Mm.
You know, he turns it on and off depending on who he's talking to. and I'm sick of it. I mean, he cried tears when he was talking about that Potomac stuff and colorism and all of that. Boy, go sit down, my African. You worse than the colorism that's going on, okay? But anyhow, as far as Martell made her where where did he make Melody? How did he make Melody? He don't even know his ABCs. How did he make Melody? When you go back and look at those when they were doing their pilot for No Holds Barred, she was doing all the work on every single interview that they showed when they were on the news stations and talking about doing all these things and teaching people property reservation. It was the Melody doing all the talking. He smiled and that's and things of that nature is all he could ever do.
Mm-hmm.
How
Things
did
of
he
that
make her? He's not good. He's not a good public speaker. He wasn't the one making the money. She helped him graduate college. Where, Carlos? Now he knew he was reaching, but depending upon who he's interviewing and who he's talking to, he flips and flops, flips and flops. He don't know whose side he on and what side he want to be on. He would have never said that, depending upon who and he does it to the other housewives. He does it to every single person that he interviews.
Mm-hmm.
Every single person that he interviews, and he fails to call them out on any of their BS in their face. But he could talk about him like a dog when he does his little review on the episode. But when they are interviewing with him, oh, he's their biggest fan. You know, I always love you.
Mm-hmm.
Child, please. I'm not studying Carlos. Carlos is fake. Fake. I do believe he's done with this show. He's really trying to boost their collective. And one thing, when I watched him interview Marie on Bell Collective, I love the fact that she said there would be no Bell Collective if it wasn't for Letitia. And I knew this show. She didn't give him all the props. And he
Yeah.
kind of shut his mouth. I
Mm-hmm.
said, uh-huh. There's a strong black woman. They're gonna take to his face. It wouldn't be none without Letitia. And yes, I knew this was gonna be a hit show because everything I touch, I manifest. And I knew it was gonna be good. She took back her powers, and you're not gonna run that mess like you've been doing.
I know that's right.
I said, okay, Bells. Come on, Bells. Now it's a few of them Bells that's done. But it's a few of them Bells that's strong. And he best to be careful because see, they've already watched him do this rodeo with the Love Mary Huntsville
Yeah.
case. Okay, so everybody already knows your little gig might be up. But yeah, he just that's what I have to say to Carlos is grrr.
Let me give you. Hold on. Let me put it up so you can say it to him. Go ahead. Come on, Michelle. Go
He
ahead.
ain't talking about nothing. It's a joke.
Yeah, I do think that I do like Bell Collectives. I still have yet to do a video plan to, hopefully. But yeah, I think that is more of them. See with Love and Mary Charlottesville, for me, the only ladies that we saw that were representing in the beginning as far as having something going on was Mel and Kimmy. Um, Bell Collective, it's a lot of them that got some things that's going on, and I'm glad to hear that she said that. Carlos does like to take complete credit, and just because you give somebody the platform or the opportunity to start on a show, that don't mean you made them. You know what I mean? Because if you didn't pick them up, somebody else will, especially Mel. So, great points, L'Oreal. Thank you so much for sharing that. And let's see, after L'Oreal, I had Gail. After Gail, Bad Apple. Gail, the topic is Mr. Carlos King. What the hell are you doing? Well, what you think is going on with Carlos? Why do you think we haven't seen Miss Van? What's your thoughts, Gail?
Carlos. It's all I can really say about Carlos. Carlos, and I think I said this before on one of the panels that we had a conversation on. when Carlos was on Real Housewives, well, when he was over there on Bravo, most of the women were actually in charge. The men were in the back. They didn't really get paid. I think what Heavenly said, most of the men don't even get paid. So the women are the ones who really are the housewives who basically runs the show. When he gets over here, I think he's saying, I think what I feel like is he's saying that he wants the men to run the shows over here because that's what it seems like to me. Like that gentleman just said that they're actually mentally abused. It does seem that way, and it seemed that way from the very first episode that Marcel, and the other one, that they're the men in charge when they're not in charge because they have strong women behind them that usually make them look good. They think that they're making them look good, but they don't. Kimmy, Mel, and Tisha have to go up and clean up all their mess because Tisha and Marcel, all they do is lie anyway, so you don't know who cleaning up who. The reason why I think Miss Van is not being shown is that's Carlos' allegiance to Marceau and Tisha because they took Wanda off. Basically, well, I'm not gonna let Miss Van be on because we had to remove Wanda, but Wanda removed herself. So I guess that's his allegiance to his brother, to them of not putting Van on there. That's what I think. Mel, if Mel leaves allegedly, or if she leaves, who could blame her? The whole world heard Martell agreed to revenge porn, and you still are out here batting for a fool that's saying what he did to his wife. But you're out here, you interviewing, you stumping for him like he running for president. So when you heard what he did to his wife, the whole world saw what he did. Most of us just on regular social media heard what Coleslaw said, but you still out here supporting him. And I can't support somebody like that. And I don't blame her and her mom for leaving because that says a lot about Carlos. That says a whole lot about Carlos. But here's the thing. When somebody show you who you are, you better believe him because the same way he tried to slice Marceau's throat and Maurice's throat, he's going to come after Carlos too. As soon as you don't give him what he wants, he's going to come after him too. He's going to come after him the same way he went after everybody else. The only person that Martell looked out for is Martell. He don't look out for anybody else but himself. And soon as he feel like you messing over him or you're not giving him what he wants, he's going to come on swinging. And if that means that he's going to take down Carlos, he's going to do the same thing. We already see Ariane, like you said, Ariane said himself, if they knew all the stuff they've done, they've gone to jail. Ariane, when I first heard of Ariane myself, she was telling, I heard her say myself that Marceau wanted to date one of her sisters or something like that. So you want to put her on this show so she could go after Kimmy and Tisha? Yes, I mean that doesn't even make any sense to me. I heard that crap of him saying today of how he made her and how no, he was just in the background supporting her. Can't nobody make you. You have to go out there and do the hustle yourself. Either you're gonna do it together or you're gonna do it by yourself.
Right.
If he made Melanie, like I heard somebody else said, then why haven't he made himself?
Make yourself. We waiting.
He can't even make himself.
That's right.
You can't make yourself. Now, one time have you put one thing together that you have tried to figure this out on his own? That he tried to figure this on it. And I know, Chit, you said that this was about Carlos, but one thing that he said in the show the other day is that when he went to the therapist, I need my mom to babysit. Well, he said Melanie had 20-some babysitters. Well, with all the stuff you had to do, who the heck had these kids? Because it sure ain't Marlene, according to what you're saying.
That's right.
So I called this show. I seen where the ratings are going down, and I said to myself, these ratings are going down because Melanie is smart. Just like she told them on the reunion, talk about yourself. Don't talk about me. Show up and come to work and talk about who you are. And they're not really doing that, but because they ain't dragging her through the mud and they're not talking about her and Melanie this and everybody not arguing with her and everybody don't like her, those ratings are plummeting. And I do think he's trying to build up Martell. But the sad thing about it is people just don't like Martell. Martell has shown no humility for anything that he's done. But I'm gonna say this about Martell. You better go back and you need to pull up Kirk Frost. You need to put up Chad Ochocinco, and then you need to kind of look at the interviews that Shaq is doing right now when they're all saying the women that they had were great women.
Sure did.
Because now they have humility, but guess what? Those women are remarried. Those women are gone on. But
Mhm.
now they're saying, I'm sorry. But Martell hasn't even did any of that. He's not, he says he's sorry, but he take it right back and talk about the woman.
Mhm.
That man is a psychopath. But yeah, I was listening to you guys, but I just wanted to say that I don't think that Carlos has any respect for Melanie, Kimmy, or Tisha. I don't
Mhm.
think he respects any of those women on that platform. Even on Bell Collective, those men that's over there either. The only person that I can say on Bell Collective that I really like is JJ, because I used to like bring it, and JJ was Jason.
Yeah.
The same way on JJ. Now I do like JJ.
Yeah.
I don't like this scenario how he's trying to tear down Selena for his Soguchi and all of that other stuff. I don't like that. But like how Cliff is and how the other ones are and stuff like that. It's like he want to put these men out there, but I think he has the wrong men. I think he needs to get the real men that leads their household where their wives can follow and have, a family or the truth. Why you got to get these men? Like you went
Right.
to the bottom of the barrel and just scooped up a bunch of men and said, let's just do them. But I wanted to say this too. I know Mariah Huck is the one who actually created Married to Medicine, and I
Mhm.
know she left, but I think Mariah is still getting paid for Married to Medicine.
Look, Mariah got a huge settlement as well as her creator title put back in place, which means if they start another Married to Medicine, they used to have the LA, but yeah, now she gets the proper due credit money for anything going forward. So yeah, she sued them. I don't know if you knew about that, Gail,
Yeah, I knew she sued him.
and
Yeah.
won, and she was paid big time. So yeah, yeah,
So
she.
I was just wondering, would the same thing happen for Mel if Mel decides to leave?
Well, see, that's what we don't know. Like I said, and it's just my opinion. I don't know the details of anything. I think, see, the difference from what I can see, because they don't list Mel as creator in the, in the credits and all of that, they did with Mariah. And they still tried to take it away from her because naturally Bravo is a larger network platform, all of that. With Mel, it's always been executive producer. So I think that, like I said earlier, that Carlos swindled that creator part away from her in the beginning. I don't know. It's just my thoughts. I don't know if that's the case. And if that's the case, if she was never listed as the creator, then when it comes to that, not much I think can be done. So if I would hire some big time attorneys or something and have them to look into it. But we know that Carlos has done this. We know that Candy came out and said what he was trying to do with her life story, had people interviewing Mama Joyce and all of that. So that just shows that he's a little shyster. And I think with him being that way, this is just my opinion, that he made sure his ducks was in a row
Yeah.
when it comes to Love and Marriage Huntsville. Because if that was the case, if she was the creator, then we would see Mel's name on Love and Marriage DC. We would see Mel's name on Love and Marriage Detroit or whatever Love and Marriage franchise. And we don't see that. We just see executive producer on Huntsville.
But do you think, because we've all heard him say, the world have heard him say that she pitched him that show?
Yeah.
Do you think if she got a good attorney to go back and say, well, this show started because of her,
Yeah.
that maybe she could fight it that way?
I'm
Who
hoping.
knows?
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
hoping because
so too.
he did say that, but he also said that he switched things around so he can. I don't even want to put it out here just in case he listening, but he knew what he was doing. So I'll just say it.
Yeah.
I think that with him saying, "Well, I'm going to switch it around, and instead of it being about this, let's try to move in this direction or whatever." In doing that, that takes over the creator part.
Oh, okay. Well, he know about Love and Marriage, Married to Medicine anyway, and he probably knew that Mariah had sued, and so he probably switched it around not to put himself in that same situation.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting to see exactly what's going on, but I'm gonna sit back and watch and see.
Yeah, we gonna
If
watch.
not, I'm gonna listen to y'all.
Look, and we watching. With what you just said, and then we're gonna move on over to Bad Apple. As far as them trying to, you said it, and several other people lift Martell up, clean up his image, and do this and do that. Well, imagine if everybody stopped looking, or I'll just say content creators stop talking. Then that image that he's trying to make magically appear when it comes to Martell, that's what will stick. But when you have people like us, Anthony Lofty's, Tay Talk, everybody, Black Titanic that's in the chat and all of that, when you have people like us, Brown Skin Girl, and we're telling the real, then that's going to overshadow what they're trying to do. And it's as plain as day. He held his hand and walked him from spot to spot to spot in Atlanta, like a little ass kid. And yeah, that's to try to make it seem like Martell is this good guy, as Kimmy would say. Somebody in the comments said Mel should call Kimmy and say Maurice is a good guy. And I thought that was hilarious because, yeah, after what that man said about her and all of this mess, we know that was Kimmy's go-to when she was talking about Martell. Martell is a good guy. So, yeah, Maurice a good guy, too. How you like that good guy?
You
But
know what, Chit, I wanted to say one more thing.
go ahead.
Remember one of the things that he said. So when I was watching, we were talking about the reunion. I think remember I was thinking that he probably have a problem with Mel too, because remember when they were talking about Mel paying somebody to come on the show, and Mel said, "Well, Carlos, I don't know. You talk to her," because he was trying to act as though he didn't speak to the lady
At the reunion.
at the reunion, but Mel basically put him on blast. And then another thing that I felt that how he was actually shading Mel too is when he asked that question to Martell, do you think that do you think if you hadn't met Melanie, would you have been wearing coleslaw? But Martell never answered. He never answered that question. So at certain times, Carlos has did everything he can to kind of put egg on Melanie's face, but then he wondered why everybody has Melanie's back. I mean, people who don't even watch the show that I know that even know a little bit about them don't like Martell because this is ludicrous. This
Yeah.
is somebody's life. This is somebody who has to get up every day and be a mom and do everything else. And then you're still trying to make him seem a good guy and never once even said, you know what, I don't condone what he did, but I think he could do this, or I think he could do better. You
Yeah.
had men even coming out saying that was wrong. You had other men that was, like other content creators was saying this is wrong, this is bad, but Carlos won't say it's bad.
Yep.
Dustin was even trying to tell him in a roundabout way, dude, this is bad, but he still want to ride for Martell. So you know what, let him ride for him until that snake bite him. But here's the thing, when you know somebody's a snake, you better believe they'll bite, and Martell is a snake and he's gonna bite Carlos.
That's right. I can see it. Yeah, he's riding with Martell until the wheels fall off, and they already flat. So next, they just gonna fall off. The ratings are just down, down, down. So they already flat. So keep riding with them. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Like I said, you would have to be a fool to, like Debbie said, he got a second chance, and this is what you're gonna do with it. He should have
Yep.
been changed this around. It should not have taken Mel to go meet with anybody to say, look, they can't keep talking about me. What do they have going on? They can't talk about my mom. What's up? That shouldn't have had to happen. You would think the creator and the executive producer Carlos King would have made an executive decision and said, no, we're not gonna have this. All of y'all can't go against this one lady. He enjoyed it. But great,
Yeah, he
great
did.
points, Gail. Let me acknowledge a couple super chats, and then we're getting to Bad Apple. After
Okay.
Bad Apple, now I told you guys I wasn't gonna be on here 4 hours. We already at 3, child. A mess. That's why I changed my members only live from for tomorrow. Victoria May, thank you so very much for the super sticker. Pinky, the housewife, thank you for the super sticker. I appreciate you guys. And bad, you know I don't call you Bad Apple. Good Bad Apple. Hey.
Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Hey.
Oh, child. What was that?
I don't know. It sounded like a cash register.
I'm telling you, somebody got some money going on.
Okay.
What's your thoughts on let me let Ronell back up. Ronell, is this you?
Yeah, that's me. But
All right.
but I'm also in the chat as Boruto Uzumaki is one of my favorite anime characters. So
Oh,
that's me.
okay. I just highlighted a comment from that. All right, here you go right here. Okay. All right, Bad Apple, go ahead. Not final thoughts. What's your thoughts on Carlos, the whole nine? Why we not seeing Miss Van?
Well, you know what? Y'all have really pretty much said everything, about why we're not seeing Miss Van. I mean, it's evident that it's retaliation against them for making Miss Wanda have to leave the show. It's already been really explained. The only thing I had to say is the truth is Miss Van made Melody, and Melody took a detour when she married Martell. But she was raised to be who she is right now. So that's really the bottom line. But I just have a few questions. Like, first of all, why do y'all think Carlos doesn't credit Mel for making Martell? Because she absolutely did. Like,
Look at the comment on the screen. They just said just that. Who knows?
Yeah.
Because she definitely made them.
Yeah. I mean, from scratch. She even talks about how his receding hairline and his crooked teeth, and he didn't know how to dress, nothing. Like, he would not be the Martell that he is now if it weren't for Melody. Why doesn't she get that credit?
Say it. Good question.
I don't know. I'm asking y'all's opinion.
Because I think that Carlos don't want her to get the credit. If you're asking why, you mean as far as get the credit from Carlos?
Well, get the credit from anybody, because nobody acknowledges how Melody literally built him.
Yeah, she did. Like you said, from scratch.
From scratch.
I think they're haters. They ain't gonna do it, girl. They haters.
Haters.
I don't think they would do it for the simple fact nobody wants to talk about how they built a bomb up to a king. Martell didn't have nothing when he met Melody. He couldn't even read, couldn't even get back in school. She failed. She did his homework, earned his degree and hers too. So who gonna talk about that? Melanie not gonna. She not that type of person to brag on stuff like that. Martell ain't gonna tell it because all he tell is lies. Like he say he made her. How you gonna make somebody you can't even read a book? You can't make yourself. You say you got suits, but ain't nobody seen no suits. You did a calendar. People don't even buy calendars. How you made somebody?
He can't even
She
make
the
a
one had
picture of
his teeth
Kool-Aid.
fixed so he could get around in society and try to do better, help him out with his life. Real women don't talk about what they did for people because they did it from their heart.
Yeah. But I think his friends do
Somebody,
it.
somebody in the chat said he could barely make cereal.
Yes, that he could barely make a picture of Kool-Aid. But I think his friends do it behind his back. They laugh about it.
Absolutely.
I just find it funny that she never gets the credit for not just making him, but for like boosting and uplifting the Scots. Like, they just want to discount her for everything. I just find it like really weird. Like, don't want to give her credit for a darn thing. That's just weird to me.
We see it though. So she getting a lot of credit.
Yeah, I mean, we can see it, but I just feel like Carlos, like you mentioned. Oh, I'm not sure who that was earlier that mentioned Carlos playing in our faces, but to sit on a platform and say there would be no Melody without Martell, like, that is so delusional. And I just wonder how you come to that idea. Like, where does that come from? How do you arrive at that?
He
That's weird
pulls
to
it
me.
out of his. He just pulls it out as it comes to his brain. I think.
Okay, something else I wonder is, okay, so I remember back, I think it was, I don't know if it was season 3. It was during their divorce. It might have been 2. I'm thinking it might have been 2 when Martell was at Marlene's house and he was explaining to her that, yeah, the divorce is happening. And he confirmed for her that he had another baby on the way. Marlene said out of her mouth, well, I ain't watching no kids.
Look, that's in the video I'm dropping in the morning. He said it.
I'm just wondering why this man is expecting her to be his go-to babysitter when she already told him, I'm not watching your kids.
He said it.
I told y'all, narcissists will move the goalposts. They will flip the narrative every single time.
Yep.
And y'all be like, don't diagnose him. But listen, he got all the traits, all of it. And I'm just like, if I were Marlene, I would remind him, didn't I tell you I wasn't finna watch your kids?
Period.
And I want to know what he's up to. Like, what is he doing to even need babysitters? Because it ain't like he got a job besides the show.
Making babies.
You gotta go work out.
He's going over there to Boom Boom Belinda's house and
Gotta
all
go
the
to
rest of
Black.
them old women he hang around with. That's where he going.
Fake business meetings, And his mother has the full, she went back to work. She's working nights at the hospital. She don't have time to watch his children for him.
Exactly. She tired. She can't even hardly stand up on them pogo stick legs she got. Like,
yeah, with the physical job she has.
Yeah. And that's just so, that's crazy to me too. But another thing I've been wondering, like, do y'all have noticed how everybody, the cast and Carlos all act like Mel owes them something? And I wonder, do they watch the show? Martell already said he doesn't watch. But do y'all think these other cast members watch the show and see themselves?
I would hope they do.
Yes.
Martell is running away from his past, so he don't want to confront anything. But what could Mel possibly owe them? It's because of her that there is a Love in Maritinsville. They get paid for being on the show. What could she owe them? What?
And Kimmy thanked her, remember?
Kimmy did thank her.
And she said she did not have that opportunity if it would not have been for Melly. The others are just too full of pride to thank her because, their lips will fall off if they actually showed some type of gratitude.
Thanking her is one thing, but being demanding is another. Like, what do you expect for this woman to do for you any further than what she's already done? They have an attitude where she doesn't want to participate in things with them. They get an attitude about her not showing up to things. She's always a conversation. I wonder if Mel is coming. Like, why do you have that expectation? Like, it's just weird to me, these people.
Because they know that Apple, without her, they're not interested.
It's no show.
It's no show. So they definitely want her to show up everywhere. Everywhere.
But y'all don't like her. She's a dark soul. She don't take accountability. That's what both of the Scotts, Letitia says. She's a devil in sheep's clothing.
Yeah, but we know we don't believe
that. She ain't that much of a devil in sheep clothing, because imitation is the best form of flattery.
Exactly. Yeah, we know she doesn't really believe that. She was just trying to have her a moment.
Exactly. And Marcel is like, you don't ever take accountability and all this stuff. Like, they constantly have problems with her, but they want to demand things from her, demand her presence, demand her energy and time. Like,
demand her her services for free.
Correct.
Exactly.
Demand her be on the show.
Like, what is it? I mean, these people just, I don't know, they baffle me. it's just weird. And the last thing I want to ask y'all is, or something, well, it's just a thought that occurred to me, something that I would love to see is Bravo pick up Melody on a show that doesn't involve the housewives. That's a whole other type of
Mel can take her builder's license and everything and go right onto Discovery Plus, and produce and executive produce her own show in there based off of the what she does with the homes. And
Property preservation.
yes,
Mm-hmm.
yes.
Oh yeah, that would be good.
Or hook
Now
up
that
with
would be
Egypt.
good.
I
Or
think
she could
she
hook up
will
with
be able
Egypt.
to soon because remember, once she gets on that home shopping network, that's going to open the door for other networks like
Mm-hmm.
that because she is working towards going on
Yeah.
the home shoppers network with her stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
You guys give me 1 second. Let me acknowledge a couple super chats. Jodeci, thank you so much for the super sticker. And our web, thank you as well for the super sticker. I think that Mel has an in, if you will, possibly. I don't know how that will work with Sheree, but we do know that Mel and Portia have somewhat of a friendship. Mel and Drew Sidora, they have somewhat of a friendship. And, I just think that I want her to go where the money reside, and the money resides somewhere on Bravo, whether it's
Mm-hmm.
Atlanta or somewhere else. I think it would be a great fit. Even with Beverly Hills, she wanted to go to Los Angeles eventually and move. Like I said, I would flip that whole revenge P around on Mr. Martell to meet my demands. My demands is I'm moving up out of Huntsville. My demands are you can see these kids fly in every couple weeks. He don't want them anyway, especially with Mama Hope not agreeing to watch them. So he really didn't want them kids. He wanted the money. That's what he wanted. He wanted child support.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I think that we're gonna see that phase out as well. Martell not gonna demand to have those kids every week like he's been. Mark my word.
Nope.
Mark my word. But go ahead, Bad Apple. After Bad Apple, we're gonna get back to let's see here. Did somebody else come back up? I think Tanya B, did I get back to you? Okay, Bad Apple, once you're done, we're gonna swing all the way back up to the top. And
Well,
then
I'm done. Those were things that I just wanted to address.
those
The
were some great
questions, things that I was
questions.
wondering.
Those
Mm-hmm.
were some great questions, Bad Apple. I
Yeah.
don't think we'll ever see the day where they don't want Mel to be in the scene with them because they know. See, no matter what Carlos say about Martell, they know where the star power is.
Mm-hmm. They sure do.
Uh-huh.
They know who got the support out in these streets. So yeah, we shall see. I'll be watching. Let me put it like that. I'll be watching so I can come back and relay everything to those that's not watching. But great points, Bad Apple, and great questions. LaDon, we're gonna swing it back up to you. Final
Wait.
thoughts.
Oh wait, Ladam, I'm sorry to say. Can I just say two things and I'm gonna drop down and go back
Okay,
in
hold
the
on,
comment
honey.
section.
go ahead.
Listen, QT, I don't understand how you are not cracking up at these comments when you put that picture
I
up.
see them. They always cut.
TRJ done said that picture of Martell looked like a jackass that was braying. Child,
I,
she's in tears.
my child
Shout out
always
to
cut.
Vi. Shout out to Vi. Shout out to Relly. Shout out to
Yes.
shout out to all the Tennessee girl. Shout out to all y'all.
Tennessee girl.
Y'all know y'all are hilarious in here when y'all get talking about Martell in that picture. I mean, shucks. I said my lord, a snapping turtle.
Yeah, he looked like a turtle I had when I was a little girl.
Yeah, I was trying to figure out what that little character name was off the Land Before Time. The little baby dinosaur. That's who he looked like. The little baby
That's
dinosaur right there, the
it.
Land Before
Yeah,
Time.
sure does. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
Listen, and
But
then I
Martell, this is one of
and
the
he
A
also looked like
snapping turtle.
a snapping turtle. And he also looked
Mhm.
like he could be one of them characters from the movie Ants.
Yeah.
oh, not ants.
The thing.
Yeah.
Hilarious. Right now, my chat is one of the livest chats They always cutting up. You don't know.
Yeah, y'all messy over here. I like that. I
I
love.
can't every child. I wouldn't be able to get nothing
And
done.
shout out to Tanya too. She had me cracking up saying that Martell gonna sell a suit line to be selling suits by Sheen. I'm done.
Yeah, him and Sheree go into business together and go out of business together.
Sheen. Him and Sheen
Right.
are match made in heaven, aren't they?
Go in and out of business together on the same day.
I'm
Well, they
done.
could switch Melody over there to Atlanta and switch Sheree over to Huntsville.
Right.
Yeah.
Sheree couldn't even handle Huntsville. She thought she was going to be able to, but for a veteran, she could not handle it.
Huntsville too slow.
Tiffany done ran her up out of there.
Right. She forgot them edges.
Huntsville is too slow for Sheree. But yes, Ronell, one of the livest chats ever. Sometimes I just go back and read comments and they something else. These cuties.
I love it. I love it.
Thank you, Ronell. Thank you
No
so much.
problem. No problem. I'm gonna go back down in the chat now and be messy.
All right. ADR be cutting up too, child. All of them. All of them. Relly is that quiet cutting up. You gotta watch Relly. Relly will drop something. But okay, let me remove this mess from this snapping turtle from my overlay.
You done hurt our eyes. Cute.
Yes.
Man, I'm ruining my life.
I'm getting scared. Let me remove that. Well, let's go up to real quickly 1,130 watching. At one point, we were over 1,300. Thank you all so much that tuned in. Thank you all that are in the bushes. And thank you. I do see a couple new people down in the chat. Thank you guys for dropping down and participating in the shenanigans of my chat. But go ahead, LaDon. Final thoughts?
Well, yeah, I think that Mel is making moves. I think, she's getting ready to come out with some stuff, and I'm excited. And I think that's why Carlos Queen is being more outlandish with his little remarks, because he was at least holding it back a little. We just was reading in between the lines or his little facial expressions. Now he's like, saying some stuff. So I think he kinds of feeling it. And I think he's gonna crumble. His whole kingdom reign is not that I want to see anybody's downfall. But what I do know is when you do so much dirt, it will crumble. It will crumble. You know what I mean? And sometimes you have to lose it all to really learn your lesson, or learn the lesson that you need to learn, So that's just where I stand with it. But Mel's good. Ain't none of this gonna affect Mel, at all. Everybody else are the ones that need to really worry.
I agree, LaDon. Excellent final thoughts. We don't get it, Carlos. You are willing to lose it all, basically, to hang on to one person.
Yeah. Just because it went too far. You can't admit it went too far.
Yeah.
You just can't admit that you let it get this far. You know what I mean?
But it's been this far. It was that far when he barged into behind every man. It was that far when he got into it with people backstage. It was that far when he was yelling all in Miss Van's face. It was that far on several occasions with Mel, Vegas. We can name a whole lot.
You know what?
That far.
I would like to ask all of them in one room, even on the stage at reunion. All y'all thought y'all had something on Mel, and y'all all thought y'all knew something. Now that you know it was a lie, that it was my husband, how do y'all all feel knowing y'all was saying stuff, throwing things up? Like, y'all should all feel stupid.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's an answer you'll never get, because they will never admit that they knew. They knew.
Yeah.
They knew. Somebody made a point. Thank you for bringing it back up, LaDon. Somebody made a point. I don't know if it was in the comment section. That's why Maurice and Marceau told Destiny to shut up at that reunion. Remember?
Yeah,
Maurice.
but they didn't know that it was fake, that it wasn't
Right.
Martell.
Right.
Now
Well,
they know.
yeah, now they know. But what I'm saying, that just proves that they knew.
But wait,
Yes.
hold up. They might have known it was fake because at that reunion, that Carson did Tisha's hair. And maybe Tisha knew by that time at the reunion, but Destiny maybe didn't know. That's why she was Breaking Bad.
That's a good point.
Right. At
That's a
that
good
And
time,
that's why
Tisha probably knew.
Marceau
Hmm.
said, no, no, don't do it.
Right. Because they probably knew, but she
Right.
wasn't in on it.
Okay.
Yeah. Great observation, Tanya B. I can see that. It's a mess, but yeah, to answer your question, LaDon, they will never. Okay.
Well,
Now,
I hope you don't get away with that, really. Just think some things I can overlook, but really, nothing for nothing, even attempting to do something like that needs to be addressed within the law.
immediately.
I just don't feel like that's something that somebody should get away with.
Yeah, I agree. I agree. Well, thank you so much, LaDon. I always look forward to having you on the panel. Great points. I will see you in members only on Friday if you are not busy.
Absolutely. Ciao. Good night.
Good night. We'll continue this conversation as well in members only. All right, Hannah Grace. Hannah, you've been quiet.
Yes, I've been listening though. I'm gonna tell you, I think Carson did tell Letitia about. Well, I'm pretty sure she did because Carson said she told Letitia, but I don't think Letitia told the truth about this. She kept that information, and
Yeah.
that is why, in my opinion, during that last reunion, she said that Melody was cheating around on Martell. Destiny also said that she knows where the bones are buried, and if she had to drop Martell, then she would have had to drop Melody for the same reason because they insinuated that Melody was cheating around on Martell. That's what I think. Letitia was not going to tell that because it would make Martell look bad and put Melody in a different light to know that these people are plotting against her. That's just my opinion. I don't trust Letitia, especially when she said that she was a devil in sheep clothing or whatever she said. But
Yeah.
yeah. And Debbie, your dream girl you had about Martell. I tell you what, all of the millimeter would join you on there. You got it. We'll applaud you on. We'll be like, yeah, go get him. You say you beat his butt all around. I don't. I'm not. I'm just joking. I know.
Wait, was it Martell or Carlos?
Who did you beat up?
It was Carlos.
Oh,
You know,
Carlos.
he just kept laughing, and it just annoyed me. And I got real angry, and I just started beating him. And when I looked up, I had a rolling pin. I just beat him till I couldn't beat him no more. I was just gonna take him no more in that dream. When I woke up, my whole bed was tore up. I don't understand it. I don't like him, but I whooped him in that dream. Boy, I was cussing. I woke up cussing.
Well, him and Martell one and the same, so you beat Carlos up. But Bad Apple did ask, why do we think Carlos said that Martell made Melody or whatever? Listen, Carlos is basically letting us know. I don't think he believed it, but I think he's letting us know that if it wasn't for Martell switching his butt up in there with him and Melody, he wouldn't have, the show wouldn't, he wasn't going to sign them. He wouldn't have been interested if it wasn't for Martell switching his butt up in there and him zooming in on Martell. Yeah, that's all it is. That's what I think. But he don't, he know that Martell is a dud. In my opinion, that's what he is. And Martell will go nowhere without women. That's why he used Melody. That's why he's using in my opinion, Sheree, Belinda, and everybody else that he can. He will get nothing on his own. And like he said, no, people don't even buy calendars no more. Nobody's gonna buy them suits. Nobody bought his exercise stuff. Nobody bought his wine. He can't do anything because he does not have the skills. And Carlos know it, and he can invest in him if he want to. He's gonna go down with him.
He already going down with him.
That's right. So those
Thank
are
you,
my
Chip.
final thoughts. And Chit Chat, thank you so much for letting us come up and share. I have enjoyed the conversation. I'll see y'all Friday.
Live. Yes, Hannah.
That's
Thank you
right.
so much. It was a great live. And Hannah, don't forget the pamphlet. Nobody bought that pamphlet either. You know, the little book.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know what? I'm telling you.
A couple notes written down. That's all that was. Look
No one banned his BS.
at all. Okay. But Hannah, you know I love me some you, and I will definitely see you Friday for members only.
That's right. I love you some me. I love the cuties as well. So I'll talk to you. Yeah.
You
Did I say that right, girl? I'm sleeping. But I said I love me some QT and the cuties. So I'll talk to y'all soon. Good night, everyone.
Good night.
Hannah. Hey, Prosperity Thick Girl. Sorry, guys. Thank you for joining. Thank you for joining us, Prosperity. If you guys are not subscribed to Prosperity, she is also a content creator. Make sure you are subscribed. All right, we moving on over to Tanya B. Tanya B. Final thoughts. Proper thighs, Prosperity. Go ahead, Tanya.
This is, to my knowledge, Carlos's third network. You know, Bravo, of course, you know, he's on OWN. And then he was on TV One. He had, what was it called? The Final something 15, where he brought back people who were on TV shows.
Week TV. Was that on Week TV?
What? I thought it was TV One, but you know what? You know, he brought back Claudia Jordan and the girl that was with Flavor Flav, New York, and all of them, and brought them back. It was like a 15 minutes of fame, like let's bring these people back type of. I forget what it's called. Final
Divas.
That too, but this is his third time, like third network that he's trying to make it on. And he's really messing up. I don't watch those other shows of his. As far as Melody, because in the title you got is Mel Dunn, right? Did you catch it, you know, of course it's hard to say, but in a couple of weeks ago, she was on a live, and you know how she sees her makeup artist, she says, hey, she sees a friend, she says, hey, you know, somebody she knows personally. And she said she saw one of the producers from Love and Marriage Huntsville. And it was sort of like, I feel like she was like so over it, because she was like pretty much like, oh, yeah, hey, I see you. I'll be back in time to film tomorrow anyway, y'all. You know, and got back to talking to us that were on the live, and kind of really dismissed, you know, and just the things that I feel like Mel might be on her way out. I would hate to see her go, but that's it for me if she does. You said if the show could be saved, you asked somebody that. I think it can if and he won't, if he forced them to film business every time, and if he forced them to be real, and if he addressed what's going on in the world, whether it's on the show or not, like Andy does. Okay, I'm glad you told the other content creators to keep that revenge P out there, keep talking about it, keep it in, you know, because you know we gotta force it. It needs to be addressed. They all need to apologize, you know, all of them, because I think they did all see it or at least hear about it. And it probably was told to them like it was somebody else, just because he likes to get everybody on his side. The girl was by herself against the whole cast when Carlos told her, I will hold your hand, I got you. That girl had to fight by herself. And they all, every last one of them, in front and behind the scenes, owe her an apology. And she did say a couple months ago, y'all, I got a decision to make, and she showed us I can make over $30,000 a week just in selling the skincare stuff alone.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't know. I don't know. I would hate to see her go, but I don't
Well,
know.
and I agree with you. I would hate to see her go as well, but we know that she'll have the support. Carlos
Yeah.
can try all he wants to phase Mel out, phase Miss Van out, and we're still going to support them. So I don't think he realizes if YouTube had ratings, it would blow his show out the water. More people really look at what's going on YouTube than the show, and I think because of that, then yeah, Mel and Miss Van will be out there regardless. But I'm hoping, just like you, that it don't come to that.
Yeah, and I mean, I've
Right.
never seen a show where the star didn't get a couple of minutes like we did in the last episode when they didn't show Mel at all. And then a couple of weeks ago, I think it was about two shows ago, when they went to their first commercial break, they showed Letitia and Marceau front and center in a commercial. I don't know if you noticed that, but it was about 2 weeks ago. At the most, it was 3.
I didn't see
And,
it.
and normally, Mel and Martell, even though divorced, they're always front and center. At least Mel is anyway. Well, they put Tisha and Marceau front and center. Like, the girl can't even talk. Like, I know you're not trying to set it up like she gonna take over something.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway, that's my thoughts. Thanks for having me again.
Great points. I did not see Tisha and Marcel. I tuned them out, child, as much as I can.
Yeah, it was a commercial break, and they were advertising for some other show or whatever, or that show or whatever. If you
Right.
ever go back from 2 or 3 weeks from now, like ago,
Mm-hmm.
the first time they went to commercial break, they showed them and they were front and center, and I was like,
Yeah, I ain't going back, child. Enough is enough. But thank you, Tanya. Thank you so
Yeah,
much
thank
for
you.
joining us on the panel. Hope you have a great night.
You too.
Next up, we have Succeeding. After Succeeding, we'll have Gail. After Gail, we will have L'Oreal. And we're going to let Debbie blow us out the water on up out the door tonight. Final thoughts, Succeeding.
You know how they say with the other shows, some of them get together and they talk about how their storylines are going to be for the season.
Mm-hmm.
I think the Scotts and Martell got together and they decided that they were going to make Melody. They thought they were going to make her into this person that no one would like.
And
they tried to make it seem like she had no friends. Remember, he said she had no friends.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And like she was the problem. And then we saw who the problem really was.
Yeah.
And all their thongs were exposed.
Yep. So
and Carlos, he knew Melody was a star with a purpose. And, he's just trying to give Martell, I think, a little bit of, he'll tell anyone anything. He's like a car salesman. He'll tell anyone anything. So he'll tell this person, you're so wonderful. He told Maurice he was so wonderful. Marceau was everybody is so wonderful.
He's phony.
He is. But I think he did steal her concept. But, he has the sticky fingers, allegedly, in my opinion. Because remember, he tried to allegedly take Escape Story, Sheree's concept of listing Atlanta.
Yeah.
And now we have this. This is the third time that Papa Save-A-Joe has stolen an idea.
3 strikes you out.
3 strikes, but he's been given a lot of options. But last thing I want to say is, you would think he's still being paid by Bravo because he's promoting Bravo like he's being paid for marketing.
Wow. Yeah. I don't get how the man promotes another network and their show more than his own. I just don't understand.
Yep.
Just don't make sense at all.
Not at all. But those were my only thoughts.
Competition. But you know what? This is what I see from that real quickly. I think he is severing relationships that were seemingly okay. Because a lot of the reality stars on Bravo, they're getting
Right.
sick of him. He,
Yeah. Oh yeah, they are.
yeah, he just caused the big stink with Garcelle
Oh yeah.
and Kenya and Candy. So
Right.
yeah, he's burning bridges where they may not even talk to him again. So
He's
let's
he's caught up in his own reality world because to
sabotage.
say that Candy and Kenya can't be friends because of something 11 years ago, to say
Mhm.
that they're still stuck the same place 11 years ago shows you who's really stuck.
Yeah, totally agree. Totally agree. Succeeding. Well, succeeding, I thank you. Thank you again for joining me on the panel. I always love to hear your thoughts. And yeah, we will be watching. We will see how this plays out.
Yes, and I'm gonna have to join so I could sneak in there on Friday. It's
Yeah,
always good to
come
hear
on in
my
to the
Chicago sister.
Yes, yes, and we're gonna amp it up a little more. I keep telling my members that we do our members only. You know, that's what I prefer to do with my members because it's like our little special time, and we cut up. But it's I'm gonna offer a little more when it comes to members only in the next couple weeks after I get back from vacation, celebrate this 1 year, all that good stuff. But
Yes,
yeah, join us on over there when you
I will. I will
can.
add another membership to my panel.
Well, I thank you in advance.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you, everyone. I have enjoyed all of your comments. It has been amazing. And all of you all in the chat, I have enjoyed watching you alls as well. I'm going to
Yes,
have to watch the
great.
replay again just to listen and cut up with them again in the
Yes,
chat.
it's been great. All right, succeeding.
Okay, my Chicago sister. Love you all.
Love you too. Have a
You
good
all sleep
night.
well and you have an amazing vacation.
Thank you. Thank you. I can't wait to get out of here just for, some R&R and some drinks.
And happy 1 year.
Thank you. Thank you,
Okay.
succeeding. I appreciate
Okay. Have some champagne, okay?
I will.
Okay. You all have a good evening. Bye bye.
As well. I am blessed, Pecan Pam. I am. As soon as I get off of this, I have some honey ginger tea that's honey ginger and turmeric. That's amazing. So yeah, I'm gonna drink some because my throat is getting dry. I would be on that plane sick or not. We're not doing that. But go ahead. Let's see who was next. We had Gail next. Then after Gail, L'Oreal, and then Debbie. Final thoughts, Gail.
I think everybody have already said everything that we talked about, Carlos and Martell as well. But so I don't have anything to say. I was just listening, and I wish everybody a good night and a good day. And I'll see y'all on Friday.
I'll see you Friday, Gail. Thank you so much. You had a lot of interesting points, a lot of them. And yeah, like I said just a couple minutes ago, we will keep our eyes out. Mel and Miss Van will be in the forefront regardless because I see this as another means of, in a sense, bullying. Silent
Yeah, it
bullying.
is.
You know what I mean? But
It
we'll see
is.
how it plays out. But thank you, Gail. I hope you have a good night.
You too. Okay, bye bye.
Thank you. All right, L'Oreal, final thoughts?
I just want to say, okay, so when Bad Apple spoke earlier and she said, how did Carlos come up with this idea in his head that, you know, Martell made her? It is in the sense that he likes to see couples. You see how he responded when Selena said she was engaged? Oh, I would not be surprised if Selena gets booked as a bail, honey. I
I
would
hope
not be
she does.
surprised.
I love
I
Selena.
like Selena.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to tell you though, they always need a villain on every show, somebody who has low self-esteem, low morals, and he fits the bill. Him and more so really fits the bill. And let's not leave out his little ugly brother, the Maurice.
Child.
Okay.
That's the
Share. They fit the bill. Look at it. He did Love and Marriage. I mean, not Love and Marriage, Love and Hip Hop. he really doesn't interview those people. He loves to interview Bravo because he knows Bravo is gonna bring him the most views, and he's trying to build his channel. I've only seen him interview um Scrappy's baby mama Erica, and she was, one of the original castmates on Love and Hip Hop. But
Mm-hmm.
that's about it, and only because they had so much going on in the social media streets. Carlos knows that people watch YouTube, we watch social media, we pay attention to this more than we watch stuff on TV. Okay, because a lot of times we paying for cable for what?
For
Ain't
nothing.
nothing on. Ain't nothing on, right?
Yep.
And so we go to find something entertaining, whether it be on social media or YouTube or those other platforms. And he sees this and he knows this. That's the whole reason he had the whole social media episode with all those people coming on there, Dr. Heavenly, all of that. Because yeah, social media runs a big part now than TV do. He
Yeah.
not slow, and that's gonna always be his backup plan. And he sees the money that these podcasters are making. And truth be told, we don't know how much money that man getting. What's his cut? It's
Mm-hmm.
a reason. You know what I mean? After
Mm-hmm.
all them, everybody get paid. What's your cut, boo? Because you really over here strong. But he loves to do Bravo because he knows Bravo's gonna pull the views in,
I agree.
whether they watch on network or not. It's gonna pull the views, and he's trying to build his channel. But he wanted Martell because Martell is a plum fool.
Yeah.
He's a Jocelyn Hernandez. I mean, he's a plum fool. He gonna give us a fight. He gonna give us anything and everything. Martell.
He's a
And
cannon.
right, and it did up the ratings, the drama of it all, watching it unfold. It made us love Melody. He played the villain, and that is why he loved Martell. So
Mm.
in his eyes, oh, it wouldn't be no Melody of Martell when it came out, and we knew about the infidelities and all that. He's doing the same thing with what's the Belle who husband, and I can't even, they call him daddy. She call him daddy. What's his name?
Cliff and Latrice.
Cliff.
Yeah.
But let me tell you, as bad as Cliff is, I feel like, girl, you know who Cliff was when you met Cliff. You know what I mean? You knew what you was getting yourself into, and I was like, "Who daddy is that?" Somebody cut them cameras off.
Yes. Okay. So
I hollered down. I said, "Who Uncle Daddy is that?"
you
But
definitely
he is gonna watch it. He is gonna ride that down. He is gonna follow them around like I don't know what. To him, that is reality TV gold. He loves to come in, start some stuff. He did the same thing to Jersey Housewives, Teresa flipping the table, made
mm,
Teresa the star. And all of her friends fed out with her. And when
that's
all the friends left the show, he brought in her family.
yeah.
Okay, so here we are. He's bringing in Letitia family, Tisha family. Oh, because they got drama. Same thing, like Teresa and her cousin. So that's just his MO to me. I said he gonna bring her on the show and gave her a spot, and he surely did. Just to watch some more drama unfold within the family, because you ain't
Right.
got no more friends to fall out with. Mel ain't talking to you. So
Yeah.
let's bring in your family who you fighting with. It's the same MO. That's all he's good for. And he loves the drama. He says that. He says it out loud. I love the drama of it all.
Same recipe, different, slightly different
Difference. Yep.
ingredients with the
Mm.
yeah. Enough of we already had too many Scots, and I get it. I get it, and you're right.
And
Uh,
the fact of the matter too, though, somebody said we still haven't talked about Maurice's interview. Look, we're not interested. We still somehow talking about Melody,
yeah.
right? And
We're gonna make
Martell,
sure of that we're
because
gonna
that's what we're interested in. We're not interested in what Uncle Fester really has to say.
yeah.
It's not that interesting.
It was interesting. It was interesting.
I was
That
in
wasn't
and
fake.
out of that
That
because
wasn't fake.
he seemed real fake and hyped up. Just the fact that he had on his ball cap, and I was like, who is this Maurice? I've never seen this Maurice.
Child, that wasn't fake. The things that he said and his demands and his needs and all that mess. He just thought that, people like that, they feel like almost
So
everybody.
maybe the fake Maurice is the one we see on the show.
Yeah.
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 Uh-huh. But
So
yeah, I just said, But I'm gonna tell you, and this be my last thing. Miss Van is not on this show because Miss Van is taking that network probably for all they got. For all they got. I do believe she have a suit and probably a civil one against this network. And that's why we're not seeing Miss Van in reality. And that's something that Wanda probably just don't understand. And
well,
they will never touch this tape. If they smart, they will never ever speak about it. It'll just be something in the YouTube streets.
yeah.
Carlos or their network will never speak on it because they already have themselves too deep.
Liability. Yeah.
They are too deep in already because it's already been on several reunions,
Yeah.
bringing it up, and so she already got a suit,
Yeah,
and
I don't
Miss
see them
Van
sending her.
surely have a
I
suit.
don't. Yeah, I don't see them. They can have one, and that would be a good reason to now remove this show from your bio and all that, and get things going. I don't see them offering her a contract, Miss Van, if that was already in place. But yeah, they brought that man on there, and it was very, very detailed as far as the harassment that
And the
they were doing.
yes, and she got her paperwork.
Yeah.
That's why I said, "Uh-oh."
Yep, I'm sure they got the receipts. And yeah, it'd be nice. Go ahead and make some moves because they're showing them that they can care less about them. So that would be
Exactly.
my next stop. That would be my next step for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah,
So
I hope they do, and I hope they get everything that they get out of it. I hope they win and tear their butts up.
oh yeah, they deserve it. They deserve it. Mel went
Yeah.
through abuse not only from Martell, but the cast members and everything else. And Miss Van definitely went through it with Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. So
Right. And
Carlos,
they still brought them.
yeah,
Hmm.
they still brought him on there. So great points, L'Oreal. We're gonna keep our eye out for that. Hopefully, something is in the works. Mel did mention something about legal not too long ago, and hey, maybe that's it. We shall see. We shall see. But great points. We're gonna end this thing on off with Debbie. Debbie, take us on home, Debbie. Your final thoughts, Carlos. Why we don't see Miss Van? What's going on, Debbie?
We don't see Miss Van on there. These are my final thoughts and my opinion. Miss Van, I want to be on there with that ignorance, like she say. I don't do ignorance.
Don't do it.
She
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 said it.
gonna get her money from the network and keep it moving. Now Carlos think he's so smart. He done partnered up with Martell. He done told Martell, "You made Melody." Well, why he can't make himself? Why he can't make coleslaw? Why he can't make nothing happen for himself? He done had all these ventures and none of them work. I mean, just nothing. So what he talking about? He made?
Yeah.
He made nothing but a big old mess
Mm-hmm.
and some babies and can't take care of them. And when this is all over, him and Coleslaw and Carlos King will be sitting around together seeing how they could make one another.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm tired of Carlos King about this African. I'm not African, not African. You ain't got nobody over there. Ain't nobody never seen this man.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
always out in the street over there at Sheree's house with Martell trying to get him. Is that your African?
Yeah. Yeah. I think he know, them Africans in Atlanta be spending that money, from what I hear. And I think that that's what he's trying to put out, that he got an African too. Like, for instance, Simon, and it's a couple of them that got them some Africans.
Carlos ain't got nobody. He just talking. Girl, he trying to make himself look big. Carlos ain't got nothing going over there. When these shows go down, he gonna be broke as a joke.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He gonna be broke as a joke, and ain't nobody gonna hire him, cause this is last go round. and look what he did with it. You know, when you get opportunities, you're supposed to appreciate them and do right by them. That's what keep them going. When you get them and think that you the boss and you got this ego, they all run away.
Yeah.
So I'm
Self.
looking for him to be fired, be done. I wouldn't be surprised if I don't let him go in them shows too. Because
Mm,
after all, they all the same thing. Ain't nothing different about them.
nope.
Just the people.
Yep. I haven't even watched Detroit, but from a couple little clips that I've seen on YouTube, it's the same thing. These men with these caveman mentalities, misogynistic, all of the above. It's a rinse and repeat, no matter where you go. You know?
Well, and look at everybody on this show. Look at Love and Marriage Huntsville. Now, he say Martell made folks. Martell broke. What he made? He didn't make no money because he ain't got none.
Facts.
He
Facts.
made everybody. He did this. He's such a great guy. Here go Kimmy. Marty, such a good guy. Well, what you think about your husband, what he doing to you? Is he a good guy?
Exactly. We want to know because we didn't see a good guy. It's nothing about what that man said was good. Nothing.
And there go dumb old Tisha with her dumb self. My soul, my soul. He done told you 100 times he don't want nothing to do with you. That man wouldn't even renew a vow with you.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
He gonna tell you, well, you live over in the apartment, I'm gonna live over here.
Yep. Yep. So true,
you know,
Daddy.
These some slow folks. And Marceau getting ready to go to Detroit. Tisha gonna be out of luck. Carlos King, he know what he doing. He break up families.
Yeah.
He break up families. Let's just face the fact. That's what he do. He break up families. He don't care. He don't care about nobody. And Martell don't care about nobody. Wait till they turn on each other. Go to telling on one another. You know what? Ain't nobody gonna want to hear it. So they can just throw it in the air. Cause I really don't care. I really don't care. But he better stay out of my dreams cause I don't play. Leave me alone, devil, cause I don't fool with no devils.
I know that's right. I know that's right. I definitely don't want them coming in my dreams at all. Okay? At all.
Soon as he went to laughing, I went off.
I would have too. You say you was swinging, huh?
Ooh, I was tearing him up. Because it was like he started laughing and it just got on my nerve, right? And at first, I said, well, I'm going to get him. I thought I had a GUM. But it came out I had my rolling pin. I went to work.
You did some damage with that rolling pin, Debbie.
I wasn't playing with him. I bet he won't come back.
I know that's right.
I don't like demons and devils. Don't mess with me because I don't bother y'all. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Don't mess with me. And Martell mama won't keep them kids for a reason. Because she know he ain't doing right. He ain't doing nothing to elevate himself other than trying to hurt Mel. And that lady tired of that. She done drank enough of that wine. She want to drink something else now. She ain't got time for that. She don't want to be bothered with him.
But we gotta realize that she still has a life. She raised her kids, and she said in advance, "I'm not gonna be babysitting no kids." So he knew this. So I don't think you know what I mean. That it's just that she don't want to. She already told him. She told him, and she's telling him right. Those are your kids. You created this mess, and you watch your own kids. He can't expect her to drop everything. And Marlene strikes me as the type of woman at her age that still go out, enjoy herself, probably hang with girlfriends and all of that. Who wants to be tied down with all them babies? Why
She told him right. She told him right. She got a life. She don't have to do what he say. Now, Marlene said she not gonna babysit. She work. She got to have some time for herself. Martell don't care. He just want anybody to do what he say do. But you don't run nothing, Martell. You already the babysitter don't even want to work with you, and it ain't cause of those kids. It's cause of him.
Yeah. Yeah. People sick of him.
They
And just
sick of him.
yeah, and watch how it all pans out. Like I said, that fight for the kids was for a reason. Do I think the man love his kids? I do. I think that some of the moves that he's made is questionable, but I do think that he love his kids. But I don't think the fight for the kids was for love. Like we said, and like we know, this is my opinion. The fight was for that money. The fight was, I'm gonna be able to have something coming in. He ain't got no income but love and Mary Huntsville, from what I can
And
see.
that's about to end. He ain't gonna even have that. I believe like you. He loved his children, but that was a money grab. So
That's
he
it.
could get over there with Iron and Little Helmet and try to take care of them off Mayo's money. That's all that was about.
Yeah, it's no different than a lot of these women that try to trap athletes, to get that payment plan for 18 years. That is what Martell was after. So
Mm-hmm.
it didn't work, but
He wasn't gonna do nothing but try to invest some of that money and mess up like he did with all the other investments he made. Where
no,
they go? What did he get out of it? Nothing.
not a damn thing. Zip
So
zero.
he might well carry his old tail somewhere and sit down. Don't nobody want him. You see, boom boom Belinda and them women's over there, they trying to distance themselves from him. Look at Sheree. She don't want to be bothered no more either.
Yeah, as they should.
His
That
brother told him what to do to get some money, Debbie. He
His
said he
brother.
booking some studio time.
make a diss track against Mel.
Yeah. Boy, I holler.
Get on
That
her.
costs money, L'Oreal, to go in the studio. You have to have money. He ain't got no money for that.
His brother say he'll get it. Child, that tickled me. I said he did all that soup talking. His brother ran. Ate his butt
Hilarious.
up.
Well, look, ladies, we are at 4 hours, 3 hours, 56 minutes to be exact. I started this live saying I wasn't going to be on here for 4 hours. But when you calculate the time that it takes for each panelist to get their thoughts and all of that out, that 4 hours really go back quickly. So for this live, we are done. You guys know I always like to acknowledge my chat. Thank you to the new members. We had It's Crystal Time that joined us, Erica Fleming, and a TDB. Thank you as well for becoming a member. Debbie and Lori L. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Debbie, I do hope to see you Friday, members only, so we can cut up a little more. And yeah, looking forward to seeing all of my cutie crew. To the cutie crew, thank you guys so much. Let me get my little music going, and I'm gonna represent my chat. I had a lot of my cutie crew that was in the house. You guys always represent. Thank you all, and I mean that from the bottom of my heart, that are members. Trisha Berry, thank you so much. I am 1 week away from 1 year on YouTube, almost 17,000 subscribers. I love you guys. I appreciate the support. I appreciate each and every one of you that watch my videos. I really, really do. Let me first, before I get into the chat, let me acknowledge everybody that was on the panel. We had Tanya B. We had my sis Renata. Renata, thank you so much for holding the chat down. We had LaDawn, Maritha, Pretty Brown Eyes, It's Crystal Time, Red Girl, Hannah Grace, Succeeding. We had Cheryl Howard, Nina, Debbie, Bad Apple, Lori L, And I hope I didn't miss anyone. We have Ronell. Let me see. We had Z Frenchie stopped up for a quick second. Z Frenchie, you always have a little issues with your connection. Not sure what's going on. We had a Jan stopped by as well. I believe that is it for the panel. I hope I didn't miss anyone. But thank you guys so much. We held it strong tonight. Casino Rules, thank you. Hope you have a good night. Miss J, this is the first time I'm seeing you. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to drink me some tea. I'm going to turn this air down. I'm going to sweat whatever this is that's trying to creep up in my throat. Matter of fact, let me take a sip of water because it's not stopping this trip at all. Thank you, Tanya B. I can't wait. Couple days. My pets are taking more of my money. Hey, Red Ann. SKR. I missed a lot of my cutie crew. Hubs paid for the trip, and I gotta pay for these pets to go to their little pet hotel, and it's almost as expensive as a vacation. Gonna run about $1,000, which is a mess. All right, I'm gonna scroll up, say my goodbyes. I'm gonna say thank you in advance to the replay gang. Thank you to all of the content creators that stopped by tonight. We had Queen Sheba in the house, Wente Talk, Anthony Lofties. We had Trending. We had Prosperity, Black Titanic. Oh my goodness, I don't want to miss anybody. Oh goodness. And normally I write down the content creators. Pretty brown skin girl, pretty brown eyes. Who else did I spot? I appreciate you guys, content creators, for dropping by. As I mentioned, guys, if you are not subscribed, make sure you subscribe. I know I'm missing somebody. Pinky the housewife. We had oh my goodness. It's on the tip of my tongue. Oh, Lord, I hope I run across her comment. Oh, my goodness. And she's a Cutie Crew member. Let me scroll up. I hope I see. Sis, if you still here, if you know, you're going to know my man, child. If you know what content creators I missed, I think I said Black Titanic. I feel like looking up her page. Oh, my goodness. I'm scrolling up. Let me see. Why can't I remember her name? And I'm scrolling and I don't see her name. Oh, my goodness. All right. I'm going to blame it on whatever this is that's creeping up in my throat. It's on the tip of my tongue. I'm scrolling, and I don't see it. Oh, I hate that. Give me 1 second, guys, because I really wanted to say she's a Cutie Crew member. She's also a content creator. She shared a touching story in members only. Wente Talk, yes. Sis, what is the name of the content creator that shared that touching story a couple weeks ago in members only? I'm so mad at myself because I can see her profile pic and everything. I just can't think of the name. It wasn't Trending. It wasn't Prosperity. Oh my goodness. What the heck? I'm not leaving here until I find this comment. Hold on. She was in here. Jeez. Oh no, I can't find it. And I'm all the way up to 807. Give me a second, guys. Let me see. Lord, EB. Was here for the hot tea in here, sis? This is a member of the Cutie Crew. She also has a channel. She currently lives in... All right. Maybe you remember this. I'll say this piece. I don't want to say anything that's considered doxing information. So, but she shared her story, sis. You should know. No succeeding. It was not trending. Trending was here. Trending is also a content creator. Oh my goodness. I have to stop. When I tell you guys I'm at 7:30ish in the comments looking. Oh well. What I will do once I can remember, I'm going to put it on my community wall. Thank you, Glenda. I got family in Oakland, the roundabout areas. All right, let me say my goodbyes because I cannot find who I'm looking for. My apologies if I miss any content creators. My apology. Who said that? Thank you for joining me. Our Reb, Heb, Dr. Elise, CRJ, Basham, Ronell, Native One, thank you for joining me. Vi Gordon, thank you. Tyra Daniels. Oh, Tyra, I hope you were able to make it to the end. No, Red Ann. I'm looking at my phone and scrolling my comments. No. Renata, do you remember? I'll say one word. Correctional officer story. If you still here. Representing the Bay. Antioch, Vallejo. I want to go back to Vallejo. Succeeding, maybe. I think so. Okay, Renata. All right. I have to abort mission. Or I don't even know if I was supposed to say that. I can't find her. But Shine Bright, thank you for joining me. Pamela Johnson, Teresa West, who said that? May, JMB, Casino, thank you for representing. CC Star, thank you, Debbie, for closing us on out. No, it was not Prosperity. Okay. Oh, shoot. I can't. All right. Let me slow down. Let me just stop what I'm doing because I'm looking so hard in these comments and I'm not being successful. Oh my goodness. Now I'm going to do something else. Let me go to my, hold on. I'm just going to go to my subscriptions. Duh. Queen's Tea with Gigi. Queen's Tea with Gigi Non. And that's who I was speaking of. Queen's Tea with Gigi is also a content creator. And she stopped through. She's also a member of the Cutie Crew. Why didn't I think of that 10 minutes ago? All right, guys, we are at 4 hours, 8 minutes. Paisley Girl, thanks for joining me. Mary Kelly, thanks for joining me. Miss Sugar Mama, thank you for joining me. Here for Hot Tea, if she was in the chat, thank you for stopping by. Here for Hot Tea. Love her channel. I really do. I know, sis, that was crazy. And I could have just went to my subscription. Exodus, thank you for joining me. Color Me Entertained, thank you for joining me. Relly, thank you for joining me. We had Rue in here earlier. Tawana, thank you again to my new members. Deanna Red, thank you for joining me. Tanya B was on the panel. Thank you for joining me. Ramisha, thank you for joining me. Tennessee Girl, thank you for joining me. Renata D1, thank you for joining me. Pamela Johnson, Pinky the Housewife, content creator. All right. Shirley Ann, thank you for joining me. Me. Or am I me? Thank you for joining me. Baby Girl 1981. Evelyn Chambliss. D. Herford. D. Herford. Denise Calhoun. Yes, it's me. Thank you for joining me. All right, my little music has stopped. I'm going to push play just for a couple more seconds because I'm getting down to the bottom. If I miss any of you guys, and I know I missed a lot of you, thank you guys that joined me tonight. Thank you to the Bush Watchers. Thank you, Kim K. all day. Great live, guys. Great live. ADR, thank you for joining me. Thank you to everyone who hopped on the panel and gave us your thoughts and opinions and points of view. It was great. It really was a great live. All right, I'm out of here. Ms. Z, good night. Desiree, good night. Beverly Childs, good night. Alicia Azul, good night. Alicia is laughing about the snapping turtle. Thanks to Ronell. P-Dub, thanks for joining me. I see a couple names that I haven't seen. Barbara Reed, thank you for joining me. Gwendolyn Love, thank you for joining me. I hope all of you have a good night. I doubt if I go live before I leave. I highly doubt it unless something jump off. Members only live will probably be it. But I will be scheduling some content to drop on the days that I'm not here. Hopefully. I got a lot going on. Denise, good night. I am blessed. Pecan Pam. Let me stop this music real quickly. To my Blessy. I hope Bless is feeling better. Bless, I hope that fall is something that you bounce back from right away. I hope that you soaked your body and get well. We got a trip and all that's going to be coming up. So, prayers going up to Bless. And, I hope that she is not hurt too bad. So I definitely have to stop the music for my Blessy. Thank you again to everyone. I'm out of here, guys. The more I talk, the more my throat is starting to hurt. Juan Davis, thank you. Good night to you as well. It's over, Paulette. Talking about, oh man, it's over. Girl, we've been on here for 4.5 hours. And I said 4, not 4. All right. See you next time, Paulette. Okay, chat. I'm out of here. Good night, Relly. All right. JMB, good night. Okay, I'm gone, guys. Love you guys. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Chat with you soon. Hit that like button if you didn't on your way out. Bye.